Hello. How's everyone doing today? Ready for something a little different, a little interesting, hopefully fun? We'll see how this goes. A writing stream could be a good time. I've had fun in the past when we've brainstormed a little bit of ideas here and there. Yo, did anyone see that interview that came out with Game Informer, I think, today? With Takashi Iizuka? That was pretty interesting. Uh the main piece of information that I really glommed onto from that really stuck out to me was he talked about how throughout the 2000s, Sonic Team, they were not being given orders from up top, from Sega corporate, of what to do. It was, as I've always said in my videos, just different groups at Sonic Team doing whatever they wanted without communicating with each other. And I'm like, yep, I knew it. I knew it. Everyone was like, no, it's Sega messing with it. Nope. So they are to blame? Yes. I mean, I would say probably the person to blame is Yuji Naka, because he was head of Sonic Team, so it was probably his vision to go, everyone do what you want, because he's also talked about in that interview when he became head of Sonic Team. He didn't like that. He wanted the unified Sonic, which is what we have nowadays. It led to many great gameplay styles like the Werehog. Yes. Then what about '06? What do you mean, what about '06? I mean, '06 was what that team wanted to do. It was just they had a deadline that would not budge. But it's not, the ideas were still from Sonic Team. What decade was the best for Sonic, in my opinion? I mean, overall, I would probably say the 90s. The 90s had a pretty, limited amount of bad games, I would say. Wild Weevil, thank you for the donation. Sonic and Tails being at odds from the start would be neat. We'll get into that. We're not there yet. We're just hanging out for a bit. I mean, I'm just thinking, like, everyone's like, oh, 2000s, but, like, realistically, the 2000s was when the Sonic franchise went from one of the biggest franchises in all of gaming to a laughing stock that most people don't care about. And the 2010s was kind of just a period of like some okay stuff and then a big drought of nothing and then mediocrity. So definitely not that one. So, eh, we don't really have great picks here. The 2010s have been consistently mediocre as heck. That is not true. Colors was good. Generations was good. Mania was great. That's literally half of the games that came out in the 2010s. What about 5-year periods? Well, then it would definitely be the first 5 years because they did Sonic 1, 2, CD, and 3 and Knuckles in that first 5-year period. That's right there. That's like most of the best Sonic games. What else came out in the 2010s? Lost World and Forces? Yeah. And Sonic 4. Don't forget Sonic 4. Everyone forgets Sonic 4. So yeah, also I saw Year of Shadow is a thing apparently. Okay, is there going to be anything more to that besides just Shadow Generations in the movie? Is there any? Is there any? Have they said it? I haven't looked at like actual like what they've talked about. Is there anything more coming with that? They might have made his bike a real thing. I saw that. Whatever. I don't care about that. Like, is there going to be like a Shadow one-off in the comics or something? Shadow costume in Sonic Superstars? I guess that technically counts. Is it going to be as mid as the Year of Luigi? Hey, at least the Year of Luigi got us cool games like Dark Moon and shit. It just the sales weren't that good. They should have done a remastered Shadow the Hedgehog. That's never gonna happen. The Year of Shadow is only getting 2 things. Pretty much. You think they're gonna add him to Sonic Symphony more? You mean like music from Shadow games? Maybe. I think Classic Sonic peaked in 94. I mean, yeah, pretty much. That is the peak. That's when the best Classic Sonic game came out. There's supposed to be the Heroes remaster. We'll see about that. What do I have in my pocket right now? Nothing. They announced there was going to be original Shadow scores? Really? Huh. Okay. Yo, S3 Studios, I appreciate that. I see you. I know what you're on about. Kept on rolling in 95? Absolutely. Match of the Millennium. And all that. No, none of these people know what we're talking about, but it's okay. We know. I can even rewrite Sonic Lost World. We're gonna figure it out here. Tell you, nah, it's an exclusive in-joke, just for cool people. Hey, ZB, what's up? Gustine, hold on, we're not there yet. We're still just hanging out, for a bit. Laura, if you were cool, you would get that reference. So, I guess you're not. Sorry. Oh, hey, Eli, welcome back. You have been re-enabled as a person on this stream. Congratulations. Google searches for My Eyes Hurt spike after eclipse. Never look at the sun, even during an eclipse. You need the special eclipse glasses, people. Humanity restored. Yeah. Alright, shall we get into things? I did a little bit of preliminary work to give us a little bit of guiding. I've come up with some of my own ideas, so I'll kind of go through those first before we get into stuff. But here, let me... I think that should be pulling that up correctly. Here's what I have so far. And also, hold on. Let me do some of this. There we go. Get some music going in the background. Let me know how that is, if that's too loud or anything. So, rewriting Sonic Lost World. How the heck do you do that? I really was like, I don't care. I don't want to. Because with Sonic Colors, I rewrote that because I think that the potential of Sonic Colors is there. It just had to be realized. But with Lost World, I don't think the potential is there because it's awful in all ways. But then I was having some ideas of like, okay, well, maybe we don't have to like keep it. Maybe we can throw it all in the trash and like do it over. Because apparently Pontac and Graf had a lot of creative freedom in the writing of the story of Lost World. So let's put ourselves in that same position and say we have a lot of creative freedom, and then we can do what we want with it. So completely create a new story from there. But we can't do whatever we want because there are still limitations and guidelines. We are not in control of the game. There's still the game direction and what the game is that we have to work with. So that's what I've made these things here for. We got some mandatory elements. The Deadly Six have to be in the game. And we could all be like, oh, well, you can redesign them to give them better... No. You would not have that power as a writer. The Deadly Six were created by Sonic Team. That's what they are. We just have to deal with it and try to make the best of it. And then the Lost Text, which, as far as we know, is nothing, so we can come up with whatever we want for that. and then some direction guidelines to kind of give us some ideas of what we can and cannot do and what to aim for and what not to aim for. So number 1, of course, rip off Mario. Number 2, be like classic Sonic. Obviously, the game is trying to do both of those things, so if we could incorporate that into the storytelling, that would be good. Sonic Friends is bad. That's number 3. We can't have the characters getting involved too much. We can't have them doing anything too important. We can put them in the game. We see that we have Tails, Knuckles, and Amy in the game, but they can't do anything. They can't be playable. They can't get really involved. They have to sit there on the sideline and do nothing for the story if we're going to put them in. Another thing, no Chaos Emeralds, as in this era of Sonic, it very much to me seems like part of the whole getting away from the 2000s was not having big supersonic Chaos Emerald focused stories, so can't put the Chaos Emeralds in the story. And along with that, of course, no dark anime tone, no melodrama, no little girls getting killed, none of that stuff. And then the final direction guideline I'm putting is you have to keep it mostly in line with the game. So we can't say that we're going to base them off the 7 deadly sins and add a 7th member of the deadly 6. We can't do that. And we can't, like, completely redesign the visuals and style and everything to match what we want. It has to look like the game. Eggman still has to be the final boss villain thing. Maybe we can fudge with things a little bit if we come up with good ideas on how to improve certain elements, but these are generally the guidelines that we should be aiming for and following with our concepts here, right? I'm gonna take a drink of water. I should put the rules on the screen. Are they not on the screen right now? Oh, never mind, you're blind? I mean, yeah, I've had this on the screen the whole time. You like Zaz with Japanese voice lines? You like the intensity? Yeah, the voice actor definitely does a good job on Zaz. Fat guy's gluttony. Yeah, see, the thing is, people suggested in the last stream, okay, what if we turn them into 7 deadly sins? But some of those really don't work. Like, okay, we can have, obviously, the fat one, he's gluttony, and you can have Zavok, he's wrath. But then, like, what's envy? I don't know. Can we reshape the Deadly Six? No. We have to keep them... They have to at least look the same, and the fact that they look that way, they have to, in some way, fit with, you know, their personalities need to be informed by their design, so... The fat one's still gotta eat stuff. That's just what the character is. Xena is envy? I mean, Xena's girl, so she would have to be lust, right? I mean, who's lust if not her? Plus, everyone's horny for her, so that just makes sense. But also, there's only 6 of them, so that doesn't really work. I also agree with you on that, S3 Studios. 7 Deadly Sins is way overplayed anyway. So I don't even really like that idea. Eggman is lust. Zaz is greed? What about Zaz is greed? Zaz is just like a crazy guy. Zor is lust. If anything, I feel like Zor would be sloth, right? Furry Pac-Man is the 7 deadly sins combined. Believe it or not, Furry Pac-Man is not going to be part of these stories, I don't think. Stop perpetuating Lost World, you want to forget it, please? We're trying to fix it, T-Slurper. We're trying to improve it here. Deadly Six should all have command over a specific element. Zavok controls metal, therefore allowing him to control Eggman's robots. Well, here's the thing, right? And this is a thing I noticed while playing through Lost World. The story has no bearing on the game whatsoever. Like, if you look at the game, nothing suggests that the Deadly Six are being forcibly controlled to fight Sonic for Eggman. Nothing demonstrates that the Deadly Six have taken over and are controlling Eggman's robots. Nothing suggests that Eggman and Sonic are working together. Nothing says anything about Tails being captured and turned into... Like, all of that stuff purely exists in the cutscenes and has nothing to do with the game whatsoever. So we can really eliminate a lot of that stuff if we want to and change things up. We don't have to have the conch shell or the Deadly Six taking over. Like, we can totally redo all of that because it has nothing to do with anything in the game. What do we do with Eggman? He needs to be some sort of motivation in this game, don't you think? I mean, Eggman's motivation is that he's bad guy that wants to take over the world, because whatever. That's fine. Although we definitely need to give the Deadly Six motivation, because they're just bad, and that's their reason for wanting to do whatever. Is it seriously called the conch shell? I forget what it's called. It has a name. Who cares? It's the magic conch. You pull the string, and then it says, maybe next time. Can we please get rid of Sonic's stupid arc? Oh, we're definitely doing that, Solbenku. No question. Absolutely, that's going. Where's Pratt? Chris Pratt? Is he gonna be in this story? It's called the Cacophonic Conch. Whatever. That is clearly something that, like, that was not at all part of the direction of the game. That was the writers inserting that, because it does not match at all with anything in the game. So we can get rid of that. What would Tails do now? I have an idea. Okay, so let me get into my ideas and what I'm thinking of how we fix things up. And I'm probably going to write some stuff here as we go, but for a while, when I like to write, and I'm just in the brainstorming phase, I just like to kick around ideas in my head. So here's what I'm thinking we do. The Deadly Six. The one element of their design that I can, like, latch onto that there's some potential in is that it seems like they're supposed to be Oni of some kind, or inspired by Oni, because they all have those horns. And for people that are unaware, Oni are creatures in Japanese mythology. They're like demon, ogre creatures that have horns. And it seems like that's what the Deadly Six are supposed to be. So we could maybe latch on to that a little bit more and do a little bit more with it, because, yeah, the big questions that I have is, like, what is the Lost Hex? It's nothing. And what is the Deadly Six's motivation? Nothing. So here's what I'm thinking. If we want to make it a little bit more like classic Sonic, as per one of our rules, let's try to give the Lost Hex a little bit of lore and building, and try to tie that into the Deadly Six. So I'm thinking that the Deadly Six are Oni, they are demons, they are monsters. And long, long ago, they were causing all kinds of havoc. Like, their motivation for me now, we're going to keep them kind of the same characters, but maybe try to refine them a little bit and give them a little bit more. But generally, they're still just going to be, we're bad, but we're going to lean into that and say that as Oni, as demons, they just enjoy chaos and causing harm to others. That's just what they do for their own amusement. So, you know, they hurt people, they fuck with things, ruin the world, just for fun. And so we could say long ago the gods or whatever exiled them and took a piece of the world and, like, separated it from everything else. And that's the Lost Hex. The Lost Hex was, like, their area where they lived, and it was now separated from everything else. So they are stuck on the Lost Hex and they cannot get down, so they cannot fuck with the rest of the world. And then Eggman, in typical Sonic story fashion, he discovers the legend of this ancient thing and these 6 demons, and he's like, ooh, I can use them. So then he comes to the Lost Hex, and he basically recruits them as, I can get you down, and then we can take over the world together. That's what I'm thinking as a way to try to fix a little bit of that in the best way possible. We have a little bit of lore for what the Lost Hex is now, sort of. I mean, it's not ideal because it doesn't really match, because it still just looks like cartoony Sonic World, and the Deadly Six still looks stupid, but it's the best we can do with what we have, at least what I think. Why would it be hexagonal then? That's just the world of Sonic. That's just everything is abstract geometric shapes. I'm fine with that. Make Sonic the only main character, like in the Colors rewrite, have Chaos Emerald knockoff, have the Lost Hex be warped from a different universe, which is why they look different to Sonic. You could do that, like they're from somewhere else. That's a possibility. what's their motivation then if we go with that version of it? Because I'm not entirely, like, dead set on my own ideas. If y'all have good ideas, we can do some stuff. We need new Deadly Six character designs. I would agree with you, but writers don't have that power. Their designs are what their designs are. Well, the reason for that, Ethan Taba, is because the game direction of Sonic at this time was don't do the 2000s dark anime stuff. So as a writer, you would not be able to oppose that. You would have to go with what the game direction is. So we're going with that limitation, trying to fix it within the guidelines of what the actual writers had to work with. Hang on, how being a Mario ripoff is a story guideline? I just mean in general, you know, that's part of the identity of Sonic Lost World, so if we can find ways to incorporate that into the story, that would be good. We can make them be, like, presidents of each zone and make them, like, a representation of corrupt politicians. That's a little weird. One of the things about the Deadly Six that I don't like is that, like, you encounter them in each zone, but they have, like, nothing to do with the zones that they're from. Like, Xena is in the ice zone, but she's not, like, icy in any way. It's just, like, she is the boss, and that's the zone, and those two things do not connect at all. That's, like, a weird thing. See, Eli, I was actually very okay with just deleting the whole, Tails robot thing. I don't think that's a valuable plot point at all. Like, I'm not building off of the actual story of Lost World. I'm just taking the core concepts and creating something entirely new from that. Tails could be the Paper Mario partner? No, he's not allowed to do anything. That's too much doing things. Someone want to get that, please? Thank you. That's why you feel we should somewhat correlate them to the zone, maybe, and we can have connection of them using Earth's energy to power their country/zones. The thing is, that's just not the characters, though. Like, none of them have elemental associations. We can't change that. They just are what they are. Tails isn't allowed to look up from his Wii U gamepad. Yes, that thing has to be duct taped to his hand. He cannot let go of it. What would be the relation between Eggman and the Deadly Six? If you missed it, Blue Spikes, my idea was that the Deadly Six are, like, basically demons that cause havoc, and the Lost Hex is, like, the gods long ago or whatever, doesn't really matter. Like, exiled them and, like, shot the Hex up to the sky to trap them there. And then Eggman discovers it and is like, ooh. And he comes to them and says, I'll get you down to the surface and you can cause havoc if you help me out. Eggman could want the Lost Hex to turn into Eggman Land, and Zeddy could just want to destroy the Earth, and Eggman uses Sonic as bait to distract the Deadly Six. Putting Eggman Land on the Lost Hex? The thing is, Eggman definitely wants to take over the world. So I feel like that would be a weird kind of cop-out for his character. What if we make Zaz more of a crazy caveman? Now the first zone can be prehistoric theme? Dear Mink, that's why we have to keep it mostly in line with the game. The writer does not have the power to change the game. And I know I did that for my colors rewrite, and I wasn't happy I had to do that. It was just necessary to fix the story. If we have to, we can make changes to the game to improve the story, but a starting point would be try to make it work. That's a good JP Classic Sonic story now adapted for the US audience. I can't come up with anything cynical enough for a good joke there. Did we establish why they need the Earth's energy? Do they need the Earth's energy? We don't need to keep that. We can just completely throw that out. Like, is that necessary? Sonic should struggle with having a choice between saving the animal or defeating the Deadly Six, because he's compelled to save the animals, but this time Sonic needs to choose what he must do next, which... No, 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 no. That's getting way too into, like, superhero moral choicing, those kinds of hard choice. That's not Sonic. Sonic don't do stuff like that. If Ian Flynn was writing, that sort of thing would happen. You believe it's only there to give Sonic something to fight for and make them stronger? Yeah, and I feel like we have plenty of motivation for Sonic to, you know, Eggman's up to no good. We got these monster guys running around, going crazy. That's fine. You just gotta stop Eggman. I guess the question at that point is, what is Eggman trying to do? Like, okay, he goes to the Hex, and he tries to get the Deadly Six to work for him. And then what? Why are they not doing that immediately? What is Eggman trying to accomplish that's taking time on the Lost Hex? In the original story, he was trying to siphon energy from the planet, which is not necessarily a bad idea, because that's very classic Sonic-y, but could we do something else? Do we have to do that? What is on the Lost Hex that Eggman is after, perhaps? What if Tails actually turned evil? No. No. You think the Deadly Six could kidnap Eggman, use machines against him, torture him for their amusement, and Sonic has to save him? Then why would I guess you could have Eggman get saved by Sonic, and then at the final moment he turns against him, like no gratitude? You could do that, I suppose. But also, I just feel like the Deadly Six taking over Eggman's robots is like a really stupid plot point that we could just do without. I kind of prefer the idea of just Eggman is just up to no good, and he recruits the Deadly Six to work for him, and just keep it simple like that. Some guy, we don't need the conch. Y'all are thinking too much about the actual story of Lost World. We don't need to keep these things. We don't need the things sucking the planet's energy. We don't need to keep Tails turning into a robot. We don't need the conch. We don't need Sonic and Eggman working. We don't need any of that. We're thinking this from the ground up. We having Tails or not? That's a good question. Do we even need Tails? And here's something I was thinking. Okay, we want to rip off Mario, right? And we want to be like classic Sonic. So, what is a Mario story? Oh, Cybershrooms, thank you for the donation. Eggman imprisons the Hex for a stupid reason. He didn't pay his utility bill and wants a new power source to fuel construction of more casinos. That would make sense, because that would explain why the lights are off in his base. He doesn't have any money. So, anyway, yeah, we want to be like Mario, want to be like classic Sonic. And Mario plots, what are they? Peach gets captured, and Mario has to save Peach. So if we do that in the Sonic version, it would be, I guess the equivalent would be Amy gets captured, and Sonic has to save Amy. But that's stupid. But then I had an idea. If we wanted to be like classic Sonic, what if we take an old, unused idea from Sonic 1 and bring it in here? Because originally the idea with Sonic 1 was he was going to have his band and Madonna. And at the end of every zone, you were going to free one of Sonic's band members. Like, in the big capsule, most likely inside of that would be one of Sonic's band members. So every zone would be not just, you know, freeing the animals and beating Eggman, but also saving characters, Sonic's friends. So we could bring that in a little bit. Not the band and not all that crap, but just that idea of every zone, we save one of Sonic's friends. We free one of them from the capsules. Generations again? It is similar to Generations, you're not wrong. I kind of do like the idea, though. Sonic Frontiers again? That is true, it's also like Frontiers. Sonic Lost World for the Sega CD. No Sonic friends, though? Wasn't that their thing? Well, they can be in the game. You know, the game has Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. They're just not allowed to do anything. Which then presents a question. After Sonic frees them from the capsule, why don't they do anything? I mean, I guess we don't have to justify it, because they never justify it, but we're trying to go a little bit more, to put in a little bit more work into the logic of these things. Noon? Yeah, I do feel that's a bit too rehashy, that it's just more magic gems that Eggman is after. I prefer if we could come up with something else. Maybe he can rescue new characters and have them be playable mechanic that can factor into level design. I love that idea. I talked about that in my Generation Story video, actually. But again, we gotta keep it mostly in line with the game. I mean, maybe this is one of those things that we could change. Maybe we rip out the Wisp powers and replace it with Sonic Friend powers. That might be a better way to do it. Why do so many Sonic games have the thing with Sonic saving characters at the end of each zone? Because it just makes sense. It's just an obvious, logical thing to do. In fact, that whole idea of friend powers works well because you barely even have to change things. You know, you just change the green Wisp to Tails. You just change the yellow Wisp to Knuckles. There you go. Can the Deadly Six turn into good guys in the end? I'm gonna say no, because they were built to be bad guys. So it feels like it would be weird for them to turn into good guys at the end of the story. Plus, that's way overdone in Sonic. Knuckles isn't a mole. He's an echidna. They dig. Good enough. Plus, digging is a part of Knuckles' character. Sonic kills them at the end. You want to keep that? I'm okay with that. Yes. Sonic murders the Deadly Six by the end of the game, and they're all dead permanently. We're not getting anywhere. The story is unfixable. I think we're getting somewhere. It's just, it's slow going because we have to come up with these ideas from the beginning. Sonic shoots the Deadly Six with a gun. Yeah, Sonic takes out his AK-47 and wastes them all. Conch is like Atomic Destroyer from Triple Trouble. And since the Conch is like a collection of their wrath, it's so strong to wipe out the surface of Earth. See, I just think the Conch is fucking stupid, and I just want to get rid of it. Let's get Metal Sonic in there. Doing what? A. B. Metal Sonic's not in the game. That would have to be a big insertion. If you can come up with a really good story for it, I'm okay with it, but what's Metal Sonic doing here? Is he just here to be here? Because that's not a good reason. How are you gonna kill the Deadly Six in a story made for 6-year-old children? Hey, that's what they did in the game. I see no reason not to suspect that when you beat the Deadly Six in the final zone, they all poof away in smoke. That's them dying. They never appear again in games. So as far as I'm concerned, Sonic murders them all. You can't hear Conch without thinking of SpongeBob? Same. All the Deadly Six fuse or something? Again, keep it mostly in line with the game. Unless we have to, for story purposes, I'd like to not do sweeping changes like that. The very core needs to be changed, the potential isn't there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Unless you mean, like, we have to ditch the Deadly Six and the Lost Hex, too. Which, I would agree, but we got what we got. That's the point of this. It's challenge, and we're trying to work through it. They come back in the IDW comics? Yeah, I don't care about that. You're in favor of the Deadly Six exploiting the Lost Hex? What do you mean exploiting? Because, like, that's where they live. That's where they're from. It's just Sonic CD, but worse conceptually? Yes! We gotta try to make it work. If I was the writer for Sonic Team and I got this game concept, I'd be like, okay, I'll try to do my best with it. That's what we're doing here now. Have Eggman look for a power source to take the Deadly Six abilities or trap them in his big machines? Okay, I'm thinking now, at the end of the game, Zavok turns gigantic. Because Bowser. Perhaps we can do something with that. Maybe Eggman is trying to find a way to power up the Deadly Six. Power up the Zeddy. pretending to be a Sonic team writer is an amazing writing exercise, it's difficult. There's a lot of stupid stuff you need to contend with. Maybe Giant Eggman instead? No. We gotta keep it with the game. Here's another question to think about, actually. The Deadly Six, the Zeti, are they the only ones? Like, is this the home of the Zeti? Like, is there a race of them on this planet thing? Or is it just the 6 of them? Because in my concept of them being, like, demons that have been exiled, it's fine if it's just the 6 of them. And also, you know, they didn't have the budget to make, like, NPC Zeti that just show up in the background that aren't evil, because whatever. Furry Pac-Man. No furry Pac-Man. I'm adding this to the rules. No furry Pac-Man. What's this about coming up with a new Shadow story? I figure that doing this Lost World rewrite is not going to take the whole stream. So let's do another one, because I've been kicking around an idea for original Shadow story. And we're going to probably have fun with that. It just ended up working out perfectly that today they announced the Year of Shadow crap. I had planned this before. Apparently, Sega has encouraged him to make more Zeti characters, but he hasn't for obvious reasons. Why would they want more of those fuckers? You have an idea for the final boss? Alright, let's hear it, Funny. The Zeti are a species endangered. Sonic kills the Deadly Six and the race is gone. I like this. Sonic leads to extinction. Well, Virtuous Azon, if we're going with that, then why are the Deadly Six working with Eggman? If that's the concept you want to go with. Sonic is a free spirit who thinks genocide is okay? Absolutely. Maybe Eggman has wanted to exploit the gravity of the lost text for his gain. It would explain the whack-ass physics on the gameplay level. I'm trying to think what you would do with that, but, like, how? The Deadly Six are awakened by Eggman from their sleep and think Eggman is their chosen one. Eventually they turn on him. Actually, in the Japanese localization of Lost World, that mentions something like that Eggman, like, awakened the Zeti, and that's why they weren't around in any previous game or something like that. What's going on exactly? We're trying to come up with ideas to rewrite Sonic Lost World, because, I don't know, it's fun. Rhythm and Tempo, thanks for the donation. What if Eggman is using the conch to get a hold of the Deadly Six's EMP powers to control all the machines in the world, including stuff from Gun? You might have mixed it, Rhythm and Tempo. I'm saying we don't need to keep any of the story elements from the original Lost World in this story. The only things we have to keep are the Deadly Six and the Lost Text, and I say we can start from the ground up. We don't need the conch, we don't need the weird electromagnetic powers for the Zeti, we don't need them betraying Eggman, we don't need any of that. We can keep it, potentially, but I don't see a reason that we have to have those elements. Is Eggman really needed in the story, then? He is the final boss. You know, you could make this work if not for that. Just have it be the Deadly Six are the bad guys of the story. But Eggman is the final boss, and it's got all of his robots throughout the whole game, so we gotta deal with that. Phobia Studios, okay, but then where are we going with that? Like, what's the point of this Metal Sonic story thread? What's that leading to? Have Tails go through an arc of him proving himself to Eggman, but overall not caring in the end because he knows a good hero and Deadly Six put him down throughout the game. Like Tails working with Eggman and Deadly Six. Again, we don't need to keep that. I think that's stupid. I just want to rip that out. In this case, we're scrapping the idea that they're working with Eggman. But they are working with Eggman in the game. They're the bosses of the levels. Do we explain why Eggman is going back to using animals for robots? I say no. This is just a different vision of Sonic, and they're just... fuck it, they're just doing it. We're even gonna keep the, like, lazy, no attempts at world consistency in here. We're gonna keep that, too. The basis of the game is such a mess that trying to come up with a story is hard. I don't think it's that hard. It's just, like... we got friggin' 200 people in here, all coming up with different ideas. They're all over the place. Why do we have to make them work with Eggman? Why can't they just fight by themselves? Because they don't fight by themselves. They do work with Eggman. Zavok, he's riding on, like, robot dragons that presumably Eggman built. And, you know, they're the bosses at the ends of the levels. When you beat them... actually, no, you don't beat them and there's a capsule. You just beat them in the level ends. But still, I mean, that's clearly the idea. Clearly the communication is that they are working with Eggman. Deadly Six need their electromagnetic powers because of IDW. I'm not considering anything that comes after. I don't give a shit. We are writing this as if this is the creation of Sonic Lost World. Maybe if we take the thing of Oni, they could be taking the souls of the animals and using their bodies against Sonic, and Eggman wants to use that to supercharge his robots. What? Using their bodies against Sonic? What? Like having the animals attacking Sonic? That would be incredibly weird. This would be easier if there was only one Zeddy. It would be, but there's not, so we gotta deal with that. Here's your idea, no cutscenes. Tell the story solely through an opening cutscene and visual storytelling. You know, I don't hate that idea, Rainoir, but that would not fly. We gotta have cutscenes, because we gotta. Okay, Samu, that's an idea. That the Deadly Six just want to fight. And Eggman's just like, go fight Sonic, he's a tough enemy. That's an option. Maybe don't make a story at all and actually focus on a good Sonic game. I mean, that would be a good choice, but that was not the choice. That's not true at all, Rhythm and Tempo. We can just create a reason for them to work with Eggman. I do like the idea. I mean, I guess it's very typical Eggman Sonic story stuff, but I guess that's okay. Of the Zeddy, like, being, like, out of control and doing their own thing. The problem is that's not reflected in the game even slightly. Nothing about the game has anything to do with that. It's tough. Scrap the game altogether? That would be a good choice too, but we don't have that power as a conglomerate legion in the form of a writer. Deadly Six's motivation is leaving the Lost Techs, and Eggman convinces them he'd get them out of there if they defeat Sonic. See, Noon, that's along the lines of what I'm thinking, but we're still stuck on, like, Why are they still on the Lost Hex then? Why don't they just leave? Why is Eggman hanging out there for a while and allowing Sonic to do all this stuff? Yeah, Purple Boy is correct. I'm trying as much as possible to not change the gameplay sequences, just the cutscenes. Rhythm and Tempo, thanks for donation. Some of the parameters I've set up here seem to be conflicting with each other. I mean, these are the parameters with which the game was written under. Are there folktales with Oni that we can draw from? Yeah, there's tons of them. I'm not too familiar with any particular Oni stories. I don't think we need to draw direct influence from anything dealing with Oni. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, SRS Bizman. Something like that. Well, no wonder the story is dog shit. Exactly, Rhythm and Tempo. We're trying to work within the limitations and still try to make a story that's like something we can latch on to. Their transportation technology is not enough for them to travel to Earth? I mean, I assume the Zeti don't really have much technology. They're just like monsters, right? Do we keep the Zelda Yoshi DLC? Those don't need to be part. That's just video game fun stuff. If you were the writer of this game, you would have quit. That's quitting talk. Obviously. We can do it. We can figure it out. Virtuous Saison, this idea that you're going with here of like the Zeti like ruling, I just, it feels very weird for Sonic to me to be getting into like political leadership stuff. That just feels very, I don't know, for Sonic. Especially like looking at them and they're clearly just like the Monstars, and we're gonna say that they're leaders of their regions. They all have their own fiefdoms. You think the reason given is the Lost Hex is so high is if they jump, they would just die? Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going for with my story concept. It's just a way to separate them from the rest of the world. Just make this game a Mario crossover? That would be a great fix. Just literally swap out Zavok for Bowser, swap out the Deadly Six for Koopalings. That would be great. Okay, Virtuous Azon. I'm hearing you on that. So are they not from the Lost Hex in your idea? Oh, the music stopped. Okay, there we go. The Deadly Six can't leave the Lost Hex because they're cursed to not leave, placed by the gods. I don't hate that. I don't hate that idea. They're not from the Lost Hex, they're pillagers. You know, that could honestly even work with my idea of, like, leaning into them being Onis. Like, they just come in to the Lost Hex and just start fucking things up. Gods would be too close to anime tone, though? I don't think so. If we just leave it as, like, background lore elements that we don't touch on very much, that would be fine. That stuff is done in original Sonic things. What if the god is like Gaia? No, like Gaia. Not connected to anything previous. This is self-isolated. The new rule. No direct connections to 2000s Sonic games. Indigo Rush, you're really pushing. The gods could just be the ancient. I think we just leave it as nondescript. We never touch on it. We never explain it. It's just, you know, an ancient legend of the gods exiling them, and they're cursed to be stuck on the Lost Text forever. Or maybe they weren't exiled. Maybe they come in, like Virtuous Azon is suggesting. See, the thing about that Virtuous Azon, though, is that in that version, what is the Lost Text? It's just a thing? We're just going back to the actual game story? I don't like that. We want to make the Lost Text into a thing of some significance. How old would the Zeti be? They could be hundreds of years old. I'm fine with that. Whatever. They're monsters. They're demons, Onis, whatever. So basically, Satan... Is that... Oh, yeah, that's like the story of Satan, right? He was, like, banished to hell or something? I don't know. I don't know very much about the Bible. We'll get into that when we get to the Shadow Talk. Maybe have them enslave the people of Lost Text. The thing is, there is no people of Lost Text. There's just the animals. And in this version of Sonic branding, the animals aren't like people. They're just animals. So it's a weird thing. Like, the Lost Text is like their home or something. Like, they live there. But it's just like happy, bright, sunshiny Sonic world, you know? It doesn't reflect that it's their home or that they control it or that they take over at all. Because they didn't think about those things. Can it just be something like a little planet? It's like classic Sonic. If it's not of some significance, though, Virtuous Azon, why is it even in the story? Why not just have it be some... If we're keeping the Lost Text, I want it to be significant to the story in some capacity. Can we reference colors in this game? You can reference my colors rewrites. How about that? This is my new pariah lore. It depends what it is, Polo AP. I was joking, Laura. I was joking. Do the environments need to stay the same? I'm gonna say yes. Can the Lost Text just be another planet like Little Planet? The Zeti are aliens? Could give Sega an excuse to bring back some wisps, I guess? This game is hard to write for. Maybe writing something like Forces is easier? I mean, writing Forces is very easy. For reasons. Make the Zeti long lost Echidna? No. Does Zeti also want to leave the Lost Text because they despise the place they're trapped in? See, the thing is, like, they could just fuck it up if they wanted to, but they don't. To me, the most sense that makes, then, is that that is their home, and they do like it being nice. They just want to fuck up everyone else's shit. And they can't, because they're stuck there. I know I'm really, like, sticking to my own idea here, but I'm trying to take in other ideas and consider them. I am. But, you know, once you get your own creativity going, you kind of get railroaded. What the hell are you talking about, funny? People speculated that they were related to Wisp because one of them is doing the drill attack. That is true. The fat one does drill around. Graciel Ferrante. I probably butchered that. Thank you very much for the donation. Just say the Lost Text is a prison made for the Zeti by the gods. That's exactly what I said earlier. My idea to reinterpret them a little bit is to turn them into, like, Oni, into demon monsters that just caused havoc long ago, and the gods, yeah, the Lost Text is like their prison to separate them from the rest of the world so they can't fuck things up. I really like that idea. What gods do they play a role? No, it would be like ancient legend stuff that is not like, you know, part of the story in any significant way. You know, it's exactly the same as the Sonic 3 manual when the gods sent Angel Island up into the sky. What kind of prison is the Lost Text? Not like a harsh prison, it's just like, these are dangerous creatures, separate them from the rest of the world. Kind of like, I guess, if we want to draw a comparison, like the opposite of Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword is Hylia sent a piece of the land into the sky to protect humans from all the things down on the surface, so this would be like the inverse of that. You like that because it's basically what's implied? Yeah. It's mostly true to what the Deadly Six already are. Am I going to do a Lost World 3DS video? Yeah, I'll do that. It's a rule for Sonic saying that there's no actual magic outside of storybook games? I don't give a flying fuck what they say. There's clearly magic in the world of Sonic. Maybe the gods removed Zeddy's ability to fuck up shit, which is why they have to use Eggman's machines? Okay, Blue Spikes. I could take that idea. I like that, but maybe it's... They're not using well, yeah, they do use Eggman's machines in the boss fights. Actually, you're not wrong about that. Yeah. Okay, so maybe we're getting somewhere here. I kind of like this idea. What if the Zeddy, in, like, their exile to this, to the Lost Text, they've been weakened dramatically, and so Eggman comes there and he's like, hey, you guys want to fuck things up? And they're like, yes, but we have lost our strength. We needed to have it restored. And that's what Eggman is doing. He's working on some process to restore the Zeddy to their full strength before they come down onto the surface to start fucking things up. How are we going to handle Sonic's character arc? We're going to delete it. No, new rule, no character arc for Sonic. That's just a general Sonic writing rule. Funny, you're just memeing. You're just memeing. You're not being helpful in the slightest. In the 3DS version, the Deadly Six just fly with no machines or anything after bosses? I mean, we could still just say that they're weak. They're too weak to destroy the world or whatever. Also, do they fly away or do they jump away? I don't know. The characters wanting to use technology to give them strength back makes sense for everyone except Zaz. In Zaz's boss fight, he's using the, like, moon robot thing. This is some... Okay, this was a great idea. I think it was Spike, whoever who came up with this. This is good. Because, yeah, that's an element of the Deadly Six that's not at all a part of the story, is that they are using Eggman's machines and robots to help them in the fights. Blue Spikes, yes, thank you for that. So incorporating that a little bit, I like it. We're getting somewhere. We're making progress. Why does Eggman want to help the Zeddy? I figure it's just he wants to use them to take over the world because they're like big, powerful monsters or whatever. I don't think so, Eli. Like, the Deadly Six are very much created to be a group, and I would want to keep them that way. They legit 100% fly away in the 3DS version, not just jumping. Well, the 3DS version is like the side thing that is made based off of the main version, so if we put that in the story in the main version, the 3DS version would change to match it. So that's fine. Have the Deadly Six not be able to destroy the Lost Text, so in their pain of not being able to ravage anything, and Eggman will set them free if they prove themselves by killing Sonic? I mean, I don't see a reason that they would want to necessarily destroy the Lost Text, because then they would have nowhere to live. They would just, like, fall to their deaths. Galton, I'll tell you what it is. They just don't give a fuck. That's what it is. See, Sajed, apologies for butchering your name. I like the idea of, like, Eggman just promises them that you can go back to doing what you do. Which, in my idea, is, like, just that they're monsters that just fuck things up. And they just want to get back to the surface so they can go back to fucking things up. And yeah, then Sonic shows up, and then he's telling them that he's gonna be a problem. You need to deal with him so I can get you your full powers back, and we can do what we're trying to do. There's no hexagons in the gameplay. Yeah, that's a weird thing. Like, the Lost Hex, and it's all hexagonal on, like, the map and everything. But then in the game, it's just, like, floating Mario Galaxy shit. See, Samu, I don't want to have them being tricked because that's too close to Sonic 3 with Knuckles. Are we keeping how they found the Lost Hex? I mean, the intro cutscene and, like, the story setup is really fucking lazy. Can we do something better with the intro? How does Sonic and Tails, if we're even keeping Tails, we might not even need him. How does Sonic get to the Lost Hex? How does he discover it exists? What are we doing for that one? The way they find it is weird. It's almost like it's a lazy, slapped-together thing by the writers. Sonic gotta fly up there somehow. Indigo Rush, you may have forgotten this because it seems like Sonic Team has forgotten this. The tornado is Sonic's plane. He can fly a plane. For some reason, that's just never a thing anymore. Like, when was the last time we saw Sonic fly the tornado? I feel like it was Sonic Advance 1, right? That he just doesn't anymore, for some reason. Are we giving the intro context, or are we just scrapping it completely? Either. Whatever works. Whatever's the best way to do it. Technically, it's Sonic Mania if you play as Tails. Oh, yeah, that's right. In your opinion, it makes more sense for it to be Tails' plane? I mean, the way they handle it, it is Tails' plane because Tails is the plane guy. That's why they've probably just deleted that and just made it into Tails' plane. But originally, it was Sonic's plane. It's got his fucking name on it. He flew the tornado in IDW? Well, that's nice. Someone's trying. The Deadly Six are mutated flickies. Funny, I'm just gonna start ignoring your posts. You think we should keep Tails' character arc? It's so forced. And, like, just that idea of, like, Tails feeling like Sonic doesn't trust him. That makes so little sense after so many Sonic games at this point. You could have done that in, like, the third game with Tails, but at this point, no. Sonic finds ruins that say the legend is Eddie trapped and gets accidentally teleported. See, I don't like that because that's way too coincidental. Like, Eggman comes to the Lost Hex, and then Sonic, just unrelated, also goes to the Lost Hex shortly after. I don't like that. They should be related events. Tails goes missing. He mentions to Sonic he was researching something called the Lost Hex, and after sending a stress signal, he flies up in the OG tornado and finds Eggman is there. Possible. That's not a bad idea, Indigo Rush. The question is, do we even need to keep Tails in the story? Like, what is Tails gonna do? Do we want to keep... Because I don't want to fucking keep all that shit. The chat goes way too fast. Yeah, Polo, this is like the most active the chat has ever been. This is like nuts. Maybe Sonic was flying the tornado, got hit by a thunderstorm, and crashes to the Lost Hex. Again, see, I don't like the idea of Sonic just coincidentally showing up at the Lost Hex shortly after Eggman does. Because that's stupid. I hate dumb coincidences like that in writing. You think Tails should be in the story? I'm not opposed to it, but what is the reason? Why are the characters there? We don't just shove characters in a story because. They serve a purpose. What if the Lost Hex is in the Soul Dimension? No direct connections to 2000 Sonic games. No Soul Dimension. So are all the characters going to be Sonic, Eggman, and the Deadly Six? Well, I mentioned it earlier that I had the idea of what if every zone, when you beat a Deadly Six, you also free one of Sonic's friends from, like, they're trapped inside a capsule. Because, you know, we're trying to build off Mario, save Peach, so instead we turn that into save Sonic's friends. Also builds off of an unused Sonic 1 concept. Just make story, for God's sake. I'm trying to come in with, incorporate some of the chat's ideas and, like, brainstorm stuff. But I guess I should put in some of my own more stuff here as well, because it's just too much. It's just a mess of ideas. Who would the friends be? Who are Sonic's friends? Tails, Knuckles, Amy, the usual suspects. What do we have so far? Alright, I'm gonna write down my ideas, and we will, just to solidify that for people who, don't know where we're at. I guess I'll go with concepts. Deadly Six are Onis / monsters / demons that long ago wreaked havoc on the world and were exiled to the Lost Hex by the gods. Oh god, what's an Oni? An Oni is a Japanese folklore creature. It's like a demon, monster, ogre kind of thing. No demons. Demons are too anime. I mean, like, it's not like a big thing. They would still be Deadly Six Zeddy. It's just, like, conceptually what they are. By the gods, separating them from the rest of the world so they could no longer do harm. Typing. Hold on, let me do that. Perhaps they were also weakened. Eggman learns about the legend, tracks down the Lost Hex, and recruits them. And recruits them, saying, this is like a horrible run-on sentence, whatever. He'll bring them back to the surface once more. But first, they need to restore their power. Somehow. Working on that. You should go back to writing your own book instead of this shit game. You should. So should I. You're not a big fan of the gods thing? Well, then you're not a big fan of Sonic 3 either, because that's the same thing. No need for any of his friends. They had zero contribution for the original game, and it'd probably be easier to force them into the game. Sonic Team hated them during that era anyways. Yeah, we could have it be just Sonic. Because, I mean, his friends are completely absent from the game. This rewrite is fun. It is fun to do rewrites. It was easier in colors because there were like ideas that I could latch onto. Here I'm just coming up with everything raw. Maybe characterize the Deadly Six with cards? What does that mean? You make his friends have actual roles? The thing is, they can't do anything too important because Sonic Friend's bad, and they can't do anything in gameplay because they're not in the game. Or if the change shows Eggman discovering and learning about the lost texts in some ruins? I mean, we don't even need to show Eggman discovering them. They don't show it in any other game. We could just say that Eggman learned about them, and that's fine. Restoring their power is too anime, not gonna lie. You think? I don't think that's too anime. I mean, the normal game story is about powering them up anyway. It's the same thing. They're based on Oni, shouldn't they be punishing wrongdoers? I'm not super familiar with, like, Oni mythology, but generally, aren't Oni kind of just, like, monsters? Well, they do have some stories where they do some stuff, but, I mean, Oni have been used in a million different ways throughout stories. Can we add the detail that the Deadly Six were a group of banished Oni from another planet and that they're natural predators of the Wisps? What does that add? How is that beneficial to the story? What does that do to make the story better? That they are predators of Wisps? Why? The Zeti are a family that hate each other and after being defeated learn from Sonic that they should want more and appreciate what they have. I feel like the Zeti trying to learn a lesson is a bit, like, off for what that group of characters is. Like, those are not characters that we're getting, like, a good character arc. Everyone feels good at the end. Like, I kind of see what you're going for there. Like, they're each individual. You know, now that I think about it, because the boss fights, they're all separated, right? You fight each of them individually, but then in the last zone, you do fight them in groups. So you could maybe do something with that. It does feel a little weird for their characters. Like, it feels weird for, like, Sonic to be helping bad guys. Even if inadvertently. Yeah, unfortunately, funny, we do need to retain the Mario knockoffness. Maybe that weird purple conch thing restores their power? I just say we come up with something else. Maybe they have a new set of emeralds like the Time Stones. I feel like that would probably be a no-no. I feel like Sonic Team would not want something like that. Make the Lost Hex a life form that hypnotizes alien life forms? You going? Y'all are getting into, like, comic book territory of just weird-ass ideas. What is the name of fox demons / fox spirits in Japanese mythology? That's a kitsune, but that's just the word for fox in Japanese. Maybe they learned Sonic Power of Friendship thing the wrong way. What do you mean the wrong way? What is that? The Deadly Six kidnaps Amy in a lava castle? See, but that's so lame, Potato, because that's just shit. I like the idea of maybe all of Sonic's friends get kidnapped and you save one every zone, because that's kind of Mario, but, like, less stupid. Kelp, so I don't think it was a mandate. That's why it's a direction guideline. It's like, if we can get it to rip off Mario, that would be more in tune with what the game is trying to do, and that would be good. Or if the Lost Text was related to Angel Island, possibly Angel Island broke away from the Lost Text. See, people, a lot of these ideas are coming in. It's like, what if we connected it to this or that? What does that do for the story? Why are we doing that? Thank you, Sonic, but Tails in another castle. Kind of like that, yeah. You get to the castle, you beat the Deadly Six, quote-unquote. And then you, instead of sorry, friend is in another castle, it's you save this friend, but you got more friends to save still. We haven't even gotten into themes yet. Like, what are the high-level ideas that we're trying to convey with this story? Because a true Sonic story does need a theme of something happening more meaningful beyond the literal events of the story. And we haven't even touched any of that yet. Like, what is the story trying to be? And we should really work on that, because that will probably give us ideas for story concepts, because normally theme and story are very directly intertwined. Like, you can't come out with that later. It's got to be part of it. Always cherish your friends? I mean, that's the most fucking generic thing ever. Plus, Sonic has already done that plenty of times. The themes of being lost. Relying on God isn't always the right thing to do. Power of friendship stuff makes you gag as you get older. I mean, for Sonic, I'm okay with it, because it's just a thing. Protecting people that can't protect themselves. See, I'm trying to think, okay, like, you could come up with a billion themes, but, like, I'm trying to draw from the material itself, the game, and, like, how can we elaborate certain existing concepts into a theme? Because what we have right now, we got monsters going crazy. Eggman wants to take advantage of them. Look, man, it's Sonic Lost World. I'm trying. I understand. I'm not trying to be too harsh on anybody here. Writing is not easy. Coming up with ideas is not easy. Demons are bad. Mario has themes? No, but Sonic has themes, so we gotta have something. Don't take advantage of people? Theme of isolation? Huh, okay. If we go with, like, the Deadly Six have been stuck on this, on the Lost Text for a long time, what do we do? Toxic friendship? Does Eddie's and Eggman represent toxic friends who only use each other? I'm trying to think of just taking these ideas and, like, okay, where do we go with them, story-wise? You like the isolation idea? Yeah, I feel like we got some potential there that we could work with. Thinking about that isolation idea, we could actually potentially do something there, because, like, the Zeti are stuck on this planet thing, and they want to get back down to the surface. And that is something that Sonic could relate to, because if Sonic was trapped in one place and he couldn't explore the world, that would be horrible to him as well. Like, so he could relate to that, and we could maybe do something with that. The problem, of course, being, like, if we start to have Sonic connecting with the Deadly Six on the thematic level, that leads us into, like, Deadly Six becoming good guys direction, which we don't want to do. 7 Deadly Sins -1. We already talked about that. I don't like the idea of doing 7 Deadly Sins. Plus, yeah, there's only 6 of them. Redeem the Zeti. I just feel like if you pitch that to Sonic Team during the development of Lost World, they'd say, no, they're bad guys. Eggman is the 7th deadly sin. Well, we also talked about this, that, like, the Zeti don't really match the 7 deadly sins. Didn't the Zeti have that BS power to control machines? They did. I would ideally like to get rid of that because it's stupid. No, Indigo Rush. I don't like handling Sonic in that kind of way. Okay, Marvel fan, you're right. Sonic doesn't have to redeem them. He can feel pity for them and relate to them. But, he still needs to stop them. Yeah? Okay. We can do something with that. Huh, you know what we could do? Because this concept and this story has similarities to Sonic 3, right? Which is kind of a good thing, right? Because we're trying to harken back to classic Sonic. So maybe we try to do like a Sonic 3 type scenario again, but we flip it so it doesn't work out. Like, Sonic sees that the Zeti are working for Eggman, and he thinks that they're being tricked or manipulated or whatever, and so he tries to like reach out to them and help them realize that Eggman's trying to take advantage of them or whatever, and like turn against Eggman. And so like they maybe try to do a thing together, but then ultimately it's like once they get their freedom, once the Zeti are like doing their own thing, it's like, yeah, but no, we're bad guys too, fuck you. That's something, maybe. Why can't we just have the Deadly Six not become good guys? It would show that Sonic has stronger morals or something, and Zeti just aren't capable of it. Yeah, no, I definitely want to keep them bad guys. Are the Zeti gonna stay as archetypal characters or be actual people? Unfortunately, I think we have to keep them as archetypal characters, because that's what they are. Sonic should wrestle with the idea of morality? No. That's just not a Sonic thing. No. Maybe Lost Tech should be a global prison of sorts. I don't think we need to go like that hard into something like that. You can still have interesting archetype characters if you handle them right. At the very least, you can make them fun. If you make them like, yeah, fuck everyone, we enjoy being assholes, you can at least make them enjoyable. Like the Emperor in Star Wars is a one-dimensional as fuck character, but he's fun and everybody loves him. Because he's so evil and he loves it. In the comics, Zavok is cool. Perhaps we can make him similar to that. Well, I don't know what he's like in the comics, and also I don't... Yeah. What's the music in the background? It's just Lost World music. Inspiration from Paramount's Eggman? No, I'm not going to take anything from that. How do we explain a fat-ass demon? He eats a lot. Fat. Whatever. We should kill the Zeti so they wouldn't appear in future Sonic games. I mean, I'm okay with that, but that would obviously be a no-go. Some people can't be redeemed and have to be dealt with by force can be the message. Yeah, Alexa, that's kind of a direction I'm going. Sort of a similar theme to what was done in Cream Story and Sonic Battle. That, you know, sometimes violence is necessary. This kind of idea of like, there are just bad people out there, man. You know? You can try, but sometimes there are just bad people. That could be like a theme that we could go off of. That, Sonic sees what's happening, and he's like, oh, I can help the Deadly Six, and they can, you know, they can get back down to the surface and not fuck everything up. It's Eggman that's doing this to them, and no, that's what they are. So then he has to stop them. Kind of liking this idea. Eventually you'd have to learn that they can't be changed. Yeah, I'm liking this. Exactly, Cookie. I like to think that they were all horribly murdered by Sonic there. Is Tails still going to be in this story? We're working on it. We're getting to that. Hold on. That's kind of something the OG story tackled a little bit of. Yeah, I was thinking about the original story. Like, you could have easily done the story in a different direction, where the goal was trying to get rid of the conch shell to free the Zeti from Eggman's control, and then they turn good guys. You could have done that, but instead they do Eggman or Sonic gets rid of the conch, and then the Zeti are free to do their own thing as bad guys. So maybe we can keep that idea, that element. But instead of it being an accident that Sonic does, where he frees the Zeti, he does it intentionally trying to help them, and that causes problems. We still doing the isolation theme? I don't know. Can we incorporate that in now? Possibly. So could the theme be nature versus nurture? Yeah, I mean, I guess we could potentially go in that direction if, like, we do, like, a Sonic is trying to reach out and being like, Eggman is manipulating you into thinking that you have to be bad, and it's like, no, they're just bad. Will Team Dark be mentioned? No. How do we fit Eggman in as the final boss if we go down this road? I mean, I suppose we could keep generally similar ideas to Lost World itself in that if we're doing this idea of Eggman is trying to, like, build the power for the Zeti, then he just takes the remainder of the... After all the Zeti are defeated, he's just taking the remainder of the power for himself to power up his robot, and then he's the final boss. Because Eggman, bad guy. Yeah, funny. We gotta contain this. No references to anything else except, like, colors. Yeah, I was thinking something like that, Sonic fan. If we can get it into the story, I don't know. Music stopped again. Why does that keep happening? Amy could have sympathy, so could Knuckles, but I doubt Tails would. It depends. Are we even bringing the Sonic friends into this newer version of the story? Delete Orbot and Cubot? Yes. Yes. I agree with that. You kind of like the just Sonic idea? I mean, that is what they were doing with Sonic at this time, right? So let's just go whole hog with it. What about the Wisps? They're not mentioned in the normal game story. I'm okay with just not mentioning it here as well. It's just a gameplay thing, whatever. Sonic friends shouldn't have major roles is what you assume? Yeah, they're not allowed to do anything important, at best. No need for Sonic's friends. Knuckles and Amy serve literally no purpose in the main game. I guess that's the thing. If we're going to add Sonic's friends, what are they doing? Why are they in the story? What's their function? You know, just trying to think about it. Does Tails even serve a purpose in the story of Lost World as it is? He's just kind of there. The only thing I think that you could potentially do if we wanted to bring in Sonic's friends is have them be like opposing parallels to the Deadly Six. Like Knuckles opposing Zavok, I guess Amy opposing Xena, Shadow opposing Zor, I guess? I guess it would be Rouge opposing Xena, right? I guess Big opposing Zomom. What would we do with that? I don't know. Who the heck is Zor? Zor is the emo one of the Deadly Six. Am I making up these names? No, those are their actual names. Big is too goated to be with Zomom. I'm just trying to think, if we do that, if we do like a Sonic friend that accompanies each of the main characters, what are they doing story-wise? Like, what are they contributing with that idea? I only learned their names for the rewrite. I learned it last stream and I asked what some of their names were. You wish how I describe Zoras as a simplification? That's the character. Bad idea? Yeah, I don't know if it's a great idea. I'm just trying, like, what do they do? What, okay, so we could have some of them be parallels, and then what? I don't really have any good ideas of what to do with that. They influence Sonic to think they can be changed? You think if Sonic's friends contribute enough to the story, it'll be shot down by Sega? That's true. If we want to justify having all the characters here, then they would have to be significant to the story. But if they're significant to the story, then Sega would say, no, you're not allowed to do that. So we might say no Sonic friends here. This might be a Sonic solo story, just like my Colors rewrite. That's probably the better way to do it. Amy is empathetic to them. Knuckles relates to their isolation. I suppose we could go with an idea like that. Like maybe... Who would be the first one? Who's the first boss? It's Zaz. Zaz doesn't really have... I guess Zaz's closest direct parallel would be like Vector, maybe? Because Zaz is kind of like a rock and roll guy. And, you know, Vector likes music. So if you beat Zaz and save Vector, it could be like... you know, we gotta get those guys, but then, you know, as you get further, you save Tails, you save Knuckles, you save Amy, and some of them are being like, it's not their fault, Sonic, they've been stuck here for a long time, Eggman is tricking them just like he did me back on Angel Island. And that kind of gets Sonic in the idea of we have to save Zeddy from Eggman. That's something we could do with the characters where they still stand around and do nothing. The question is, like, if we're gonna have, like, Shadow and Rouge and shit get involved here, why are they standing around doing nothing? You have an idea, Zam is a greedy Zeddy. You fight him in the cliff area before Zavok in the volcano sky. And after Emo, I think, in the forest area? Wow, you're, like, making up a new one? No. But no references to past stuff. We don't have to reference the past things. It's just the characters are there. And we just don't talk about the past. Shadow just straight up leaves because he does not care whatsoever. I feel like Shadow would get involved considering this is a dangerous threat. It's hard to justify him being like, you handle it, Sonic. These Deadly Six would return to future games? Hopefully not, still. Generally, I would not like that, Ryan, but, I mean, you could do it well, potentially. Iger J, I think I like more that Sonic gets that realization. I think I like the idea that Sonic's friends maybe convince him to try to help the Zeddy, and that's what they try to do. And it doesn't work out. Because then it definitely comes into that, like, you know, trying to give people a chance, and, you know, some people just don't deserve a chance. And that's an okay way to do it. We should write more down? Yeah, alright, hold on. Let's see. We'll do, theme. There are just bad people out there. Man. Is that what we want to do for the theme? I kind of like that. Nature versus nurture? I mean, yeah, it kind of, like, leans into that a little bit. Simple and effective? Yeah. Hold on. There are just some bad people out there. You know, not everyone's bad, but there are just some bad people out there, man. You can't make everything work. You know, if it's good for kids, I think that is a good lesson for kids. Because that's real. Just like Cream's story and Sonic Battle, sometimes having slightly pessimistic themes is important. This just feels too bleak for Wannabe Mario. I mean, it wouldn't be a huge big deal. It would ultimately just come at the very end of the story. They free the Zeddy or whatever, but then they turn out they're just bad guys and they have to be stopped too. How do I feel about Sonic Sat AM? I respect it. I don't really like it a lot because the quality of it is not really that great, but they were really trying for something. There was a lot of passion in that, you can see. Yeah, fucking hell, Secret Rings is about abusive relationships. People are like, you can't have negative themes. Fucking Black Knight is about learning to accept your mortality. The solution to violence is more violence. Someone's been playing some Helldivers too. What if in the plot, every time Sonic tries to help out the Deadly Six, it causes more and more problems? Yeah, we could do something like that, maybe. Like, early in the story, Sonic tries to reach out to the Zeddy and help them, and they do something bad there, and they're a bit like, oh, well, you know, they're still being manipulated by Eggman. You know, we still gotta free them entirely. You know, it's like a hint that they're just kind of bad and that you can't trust them. And that's where Shadow can come in the story. He's like the skeptic, where he's like, I don't think that they're good. And they're like, Shadow, you're just being mean. We can, you'll see. And then it's like, no, they're just bad. No, we're not keeping that, not Malo. Perhaps the Deadly Six suffer from Hedgehog's dilemma? I don't know what that is. This sounds like a Sonic Prime episode. Hey, look, I'm doing the best with what we have. Shadow is right, as always. Yeah, because Shadow has that darker outlook, so he sees that things are fucked. But no one wants to listen to him because he's being mean. I gotta include the Zelda level. No! So we're adding Shadow into Lost World? I was thinking we have, every time you beat a Deadly Six member and complete a zone, you free one of Sonic's friends. The theme is to always listen to Shadow? Yes. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm liking where we're going here, so... Still working on exactly what Eggman's doing to try to restore their power, but, okay. Sonic's friends have been captured. They get freed with every zone completed. And they sit around and do nothing, but they provide different perspectives on the Zeddy. Why were they captured? Good question, Highlight. This is good stuff. We gotta come up with reasonings for this. Why are they being captured? Ooh. Okay, here we go. Now we got something. This is how Eggman is trying to restore the Deadly Six's power. He's trying to suck it from animals. Yeah, Sonic fan is on the same page as me. There we go. Yes, so that's why they're capturing all the animals. That's why they capture Sonic's friends. To steal their power to power up the Zeddy. I'm liking this. Alright, yeah, people are liking this. This is good. Alright. To do so... He captured... And look at this. Now we have a justification for Eggman capturing animals again. Animals... and Sonic's friends to sap their power to give it to the Zeddy. That was another run-on sentence, but whatever. Yeah, high five. Yeah, people said this was going nowhere. We're making progress here. This is good ideas. We're getting somewhere. Okay, so we're providing different perspectives on the Zeti. And it eventually leads to Sonic thinking the Zeti are being manipulated by Eggman. So he wants to help them. But once he does, they turn out to just be bad. And they have to be stopped. I'm liking this so far. I'm liking this. This is better Sonic Prime? Is it? What happened in Sonic Prime? We'll let him cook. Hey, the chat's helping with this. It's not just me. You think it's better if you remove the friends? The thing is, if we don't have any friends, then the story kind of is a bit static, I would say. Like, then again, the friends sitting around and doing nothing is annoying. We don't want that, right? Like, would it be more annoying for the characters to sit around and do nothing than if we have a story where there's not a whole lot happening and it's just Sonic, the Zeti, and Eggman? The main issue is the Sonic stupid friends thought process back then. That's right. If we could, like, get the characters involved in the game more, then this would be great. But they can't be. They have to sit around and do nothing. You think no friends is the way to go? It might be the way to go. Are we going to explain how Eggman manages to capture someone like Shadow? That's a good point as well, Nemo. How the fuck do you capture Shadow? Good luck with that. You think cutting them would be better? Some people like the friends, some people don't like the friends. Maria hologram, that's not gonna do anything. Shadow don't give a fuck. Also not allowed to reference past things. Shadow has no backstory for the function of the story. You vote no friends? Also the fact that they're not in the game whatsoever, that leads me to think we should have no Sonic friends. I guess we have to have Tails, though. Because Tails is in that one level where you're flying the tornado. Tails is there. So we do have to have Tails. Which is annoying because he doesn't do anything in the story. So we need to give him something to do. Fucking hell, this is the difficulty of writing these stupid games. You just don't think you need all of them? Comes off as fan servicey? Tails gets passed around by the Zeti. We could literally do your princess is in another castle. Tails is the skeptic. Oh, maybe. Because if Tails gets captured... Like, if we do a Mario setting, Tails gets captured and Sonic has to save Tails. Then it could be Tails sees what the Deadly Six are like, and when Sonic finally saves him toward the end of the game, then Sonic is like trying to save the Deadly Six, and Tails is like, I don't know, Sonic, I don't know if we can trust him. That even keeps the original idea of Sonic not listening to Tails. We can even keep that. Maybe it would be better if we didn't have all the friends. Maybe just Tails. Have Tails delete Orbot and Cubot. We're just not going to have them. We're just going to get rid of them. I'd make him less annoying, though. No, yeah, we're not going to have any of that dumb crap in there. Yeah, okay. So, where do we... power, so he captures animals, and we'll say Tails. Tails is the only one that gets captured. And this is why Sonic comes to the island, right? We'll say that Tails is captured, and he has like a distress beacon or something that Sonic picks up on the tornado. There's a little screen that's like, Tails is in trouble, I gotta go help him. And then he flies to the Lost Text. He's like, whoa, what's this place, right? That works. Right? I like that. That's not bad. Alright, and that's gone. Yeah, we gotta redo this. Yeah, this is just like the core concept now. Have Tails throw wrenches. How do I feel about a Mario and Sonic crossover game? I'd love it. Yeah, I think going with just Tails is the way to go here. It's starting to sound like a modern interpretation of Sonic 2 Master System. I don't even remember. It's like, yeah, Tails gets captured and he has like a letter for Sonic, and then Eggman has his like robots, the like ultimate animal robots. Kind of similar. Would I agree that with you that evil is inherent? Some people would disagree with you on that. I mean, evil isn't a real thing. Evil is a fictional concept. People do things that are in their own interests, and it's whether or not they give a shit about the consequences to others. So no friends then? I think no. I think it'd probably be better no, because it's hard to justify a lot of the characters getting captured and why they're sitting around and doing nothing. Tails, I think, is okay. He has to be in there because he's in that one level, so we have to keep Tails. What about Amy and Nux booted? Yeah, they're booted. They're gone. Fuck them. I don't agree with either of those, Eli. People just learn to, learn how to navigate the world based on the experiences they have, and that molds them into the person that they are. And some inherent, you know, how you're born influences that. Not even on a Zoom call? No, not even on a Zoom call. No one's getting their Wii U gamepads that Tails manufactured and passed around to all of his friends. Does free will exist? I have no idea. That's a whole thing. So Tails is captured, Sonic follows a distress signal, the Lost Text to save him. Yeah. While captured, Tails sees that the Zeddy are just straight up bad. But Sonic thinks they are being manipulated by Eggman and wants to help them. Can Sonic fly his own plane? Yes. Playable Professor... Y'all are just memeing now. Just a question, why do we have to make the same generic locations as the actual game? Because as the writer, you do not have the power to change those things. It is what it is. Have I ever played Pizza Tower? Not yet, but I plan on playing it soon. I'm Ian Flinning it up? What does that mean? Tails has to be in the intro cutscene because in the first level you can see him going down in the tornado. Okay, you're right. I forgot about that. Yeah, Tails is in the first level. That's true. Tails is captured after that then? Yeah, we can do that. But then what's Sonic's motivation for coming to Lost Text? So now it's Sonic and Tails coming to the Lost Text together. I guess we could just say they're after Eggman. Just like the main game story, right? Okay, so this can get removed. So Sonic and Tails come to the Lost Hex to stop Eggman from doing bad thing. For the love of God, all to the way Tails is written in this game? Yeah, we're not gonna have to worry about that. All the characters in this theoretical rewrite would be their real characters. Maybe they heard there's a bunch of animals going missing and such. Yeah, okay, that works. I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with the intro as it is, minus Orbot and Cubot, but we're just gonna delete them. Realistically, the characters being in character wouldn't even be allowed. Maybe. Potentially. Will I make an entire video telling the story we're making right now? Probably not. This is just for fun. How many shitty jokes per cutscene do we need? 0. Yeah, so Sonic thinks they're being manipulated. Eggman wants to help them. Once they're... I want to say once they're freed, but are they being freed? I don't know. Once he does, turns out they're bad and have to be stopped. Oh yeah, after saving Tails, Sonic, actually, after saving Tails, he tells... Oh yeah, I used the wrong there. He tells Sonic, that... How's that? How's that? But why would he fight the Zeddy if he thinks they can be saved? Because they're attacking him. Please make a video on Hollow Knight, even though I don't think I have anything new to say. I definitely don't think I have anything new to say about Hollow Knight. I mean, it's a fantastic game. You think we should get to making the Deadly Six characters that are more fun? I mean, I would kind of almost keep them mostly the same, because their designs are just one-dimensional shit. That's just what they are. And, like, that would influence their character personalities. It's just how it is. Read the Promised Neverland manga, it's 10 times better. I've heard that. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Can I have the font be double-spaced so it looks cleaner? It looks fine to me. I'm the writer here. We do things my way. Too many guidelines in this for fun rewrite. Guidelines make it serious. Guidelines make it a real writing exercise. If you just do whatever you want, then you're just making up your own story. When you write for real professionally, you have guidelines and limitations. This is a writing exercise. Yeah, I see your chat, some guy. What about the tornado? I mean, does the tornado even matter? I guess it's just same thing. It gets damaged and then it gets repaired, whatever. They use that to go from the different regions of the Lost Hex. Eh. Why does Sonic just assume they are good inherently and are being manipulated? Did we have a scene discussing that? I would think, I guess we would have to show off some of the hostility between the Deadly Six and Eggman to show off that maybe the Deadly Six don't like working for him, and perhaps that just leads Sonic to make that assumption. Something along those lines. How do I come up with limitations in writing? I mean, I literally just imagine what were the limitations that Pontac and Graf had when they were writing Sonic Lost World, and that's what I put there. Plus a couple new things based on what I'm thinking. So when they get there, do they capture Tails straight away, or do they capture Tails after Sonic and Tails have already started working together? It doesn't really make that much of a difference. He gets captured at some point. Have I ever written a screenplay? No, I've never written a screenplay before. Thought about it, though. Theme of the story, you should give up trying to help people. It is a little on the pessimistic side. And then... how smart are the Zeti? Are they still dumb, or can they be clever and tricky and manipulative? I would say still kind of dumb. Especially if we're playing up more that they're, like, monster demon-type creatures. The Zeti generally aren't dumb, right? No, not really. But I feel like that would actually be better if they were, like, lower intelligence and they just wanted to cause havoc. I like that more. I mean, yeah, after that point, it's pretty much just the same. How the fuck does this turn into Eggman being the final boss, though? I was literally just thinking that. I mean, it's pretty much just like once the Zeti are defeated, then Eggman takes the remainder of the power that he took and uses it to power up his robot, and you gotta beat Eggman as the bad guy. There you go. That's all you really need, right? So I remember the Priaka from Bionicle. Is this actually kind of turning into that? I am not familiar. I know a little bit about Bionicle. Oh, some guy you were giving a justification? Let me see. No one's doing anything and takes their power for himself and they fade away? I mean, they're just not doing anything because they get defeated. Yeah, I suppose you could go in that direction, too. Of just, like, you know, they've been beaten, so, like, Eggman just at the end is like, fine, I'll do it myself. Like, just like what Leo said, yeah, there you go. How do we factor the Wisp into rewrite, or are they scrapped entirely? I mean, they're just not mentioned in the normal story. I think we just not mention them here, too. I think there should be more lore at the Lost Text itself. I'm kind of happy with what we have here already. I don't think we need much more than this. This is Mario, we can't explain stuff. Exactly. Feels Babylon-esque, does it? I guess sort of in a way. Yeah, it was basically then after that, after defeating the Zeti, Eggman takes things into his own hands. Sonic beats him. The day is saved. The end. I mean, basically, like, we don't have to go into all the specific details, right? I mean, that's pretty much all you need. Were the people of the Lost Text, or Zeti killed them all? I assume it's just like them and just random animals. Could there be any relevance to the hex looking like an incomplete puzzle? Is it falling apart? Oh, Eli, thank you for the donation. The lost hex should morph into the lost octagon. And what does that do? I don't know if they need a reason for the lost text being, like, incomplete looking. Does the lost text disappear? I don't know. It could just kind of stay there. Do commenters need to censor themselves for creators to remain monetized? No. I don't think so. You can type whatever. Here's your picture. The sky is falling? What does that even mean? How does the lost text even factor in the story besides the Zeddy being confined there? That's what prevents them from being in any previous Sonic game. They're stuck there, And yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it just being that. You know, like, what's the significance of South Island in Sonic 1? There really isn't much. The Zeddy are supposed to be Oni, so the settings should feel Eastern. Unfortunately, the game is the game. You only just now realize the hex because hexagons have 6 sides and Deadly 6. Yeah, I figured that's probably why they did that. Lost Text should just be Yokai Land. I mean, also ideally, the Deadly 6 would just have different designs. How many lost civilizations or evil gods does Sonic need? More. I mean, hey, there are ancient ruins in Sonic Lost World, so there was some kind of ancient civilization there. Some guy. What is the significance of that? Like, what does that add to the story? I don't really see the necessity of that. Missed opportunity to make Eggman's actions slowly eating the lost text from the inside until nothing is left. Oh, Samurai Gak, thanks for the donation. Fun stream, you really think it's imperative that we give Big Fuzzy Pac-Man a bigger role? No! That idea, though, from earlier, yeah, from Canal du Zeni about kind of destroying the lost text, we could do maybe something with that. Like, that's part of trying to give the Zeddy their power, is they're trying to destroy the lost text and, like, convert it into power. So that's why it's got, like, pieces missing and stuff. You had the same idea? Sorry, Chris. There's a lot of chat going on right now. I can only get so much. T Slurper, thank you for the donation. Could that explain the weird lava final world? I mean, it's just a volcano. Are they all having similar ideas? I mean, a lot of similar ideas just come from, like, having good ideas. So if we're going to introduce that, if we're going to introduce it's not just animals, but also the hex itself is being destroyed, and I like that because that brings in a little bit more thematic elements of, you know, Sonic environmental stuff. What's the end point of that? Are we going to restore the lost hex to its complete form at the end of the story? Or just stop it from being destroyed more? What are we doing with that? Where's that going? Nah, let it burn. It's just a prison of the Zeddy? I don't know. Yeah, kinda. Is what we're going with. But But it's also, you know, it's a nice place on its own. It's very pretty. There's a lot of nature there and such. So having it be destroyed to fuel the Zeti's power, because they're like, whatever, yeah, we can destroy this place because we're going to be back down on the surface. So I feel like the natural conclusion for that is we restore it back to normal. Gray Seal. That's what you want. It becomes a lost circle after being fixed up. I'm liking this idea, actually. Yeah. I'm gonna bring that in, so... Do so we capture animals and accepts their power, giving it to Zeti. Captures animals and tails, as well as starts, I guess, mining the Lost Hex itself. Sap their power to give it to the Zeti. Now, how is Sonic restoring that? Will we give Eggman the budget to have his factory not be a black void? No. Tails? I mean, I guess we could just go with the same thing as the actual story. Eggman builds a machine to convert the Lost Hex into energy, and Tails just reverse engineers it. That does work, I guess. How do we fit in at least 3 Baldy McNose hairs? That would not be in this. Could we do a thing where each section of the Lost Hex is restored after we complete the zone and actually ends up disappearing? But why would it disappear? I like the idea of every zone we complete that restores it. Or should we save it to the end? I feel like we should save it to the end, so that way toward the end of the story it could be like most of the Lost Hex is destroyed, and, you know, that adds some stakes. Flipping the destroy the world switch to reverse. Exactly. Are we changing the personalities of the Zeti or no? I'm gonna say mostly no. We might, like, alter them a little bit. Stakes, that's pretty anime, Pariah. That's just good storytelling. Is this how I typically conceptualize my stories, both Sonic and original stuff? Sort of. I do a lot of brainstorming and just kicking around ideas and seeing what grabs me. How do we fix the Fat Zeti? Fuck if I know. Yeah, I guess we'll just go with the same thing that's in the actual story. Tails reverses Eggman's machine, and it restores the Lost Hex. There we go. As far as, like, rough, cursory, high-level ideas without getting into the nitty-gritty of, like, each individual scene, I'm pretty happy with this. I love how as the stream goes, we're getting closer and closer to the original game story. Well, it's because, like, the original game story would have, like, had some impact on the game's development, so it ends up that way. So, yeah. But we got rid of a lot of the stupid crap, thankfully. How would be the dialogues between Sonic and Tails? Would they disagree with each other? Yeah, they'd have a disagreement about Tails not trusting the Zeddy, and Sonic wants to try to help them. And then that would lead to the, you know, they get... I guess what is the thing that Sonic is doing to free the Zeddy from Eggman? Quote-unquote free them, because they're not being controlled by an evil magic conch shell or whatever this time. Oh, Chris, I like that idea of, like, what if we had the Fat Zeddy, he's, like, eating things, and, like, that's hurting the world? That's not a bad idea. Maybe Sonic thinks the machine's powering them up, or actually brainwashing them? Well, I'm talking about, like, okay, Sonic wants to help the Zeddy, he thinks that Eggman is manipulating them. How does he do that? I mean, it could just be letting them go, but I feel like we should have, like, a really big, like, moment in particular where Sonic does something that, like, lets the Zeddy do what they want, and that's the moment where it's like, and now we're gonna fuck shit up. Are we not keeping the horn? I would like to get rid of it because I think it's stupid. Maybe the Zeddy are chained down to something? Oh, okay. Chris, it's not a bad idea. So maybe the, like, Eggman has the machines that are, like, converting animals and the Lost Texas energy into power. So, perhaps they are, like, connected to this big machine, and Sonic interprets it as them being, like, chained to it. And that's what you could be doing in the boss fights. Well, actually, we're keeping the boss fights, I guess, the way they are, right? So that would happen just in cutscenes. So yeah, Sonic, like, breaks the machines and quote-unquote frees the Zeddy, but in reality, that just, that doesn't do anything, and they're still just doing their own thing. And they're like, thanks, I guess, we're gonna fuck you up now. Maybe it's like they're in, like, stasis pods or something, and it's, like, filled with that green goo, and that's, like, so they're unconscious, and it's, like, giving them energy, powering them up, and then, like, they have to, like, get out of the capsule, like, you know, there's, like, a process, they're, like, halfway completed or whatever for being powered up, and Sonic thinks that they're, like, being trapped. So he breaks the machine and lets them out, and then they're like, thanks, we're gonna kick your ass now. Are we completely removing the isolation theme? I just don't see a place to fit it in here at this point. Yeah, that could work. Yeah. I feel like that's a pretty good way to go about it. What if Eggman tricks to Zeddy like how he does to Knuckles? Well, Leo, what we're going for is, like, the inverse of that. That's what Sonic thinks, so he tries to help the Zeddy, and then it just turns out they're just bad. The isolation theme sounded cool. That's writing. Sometimes you have cool ideas, and you just gotta throw them out. As things take shape, you just don't have a place for them, so you gotta do something else. Is this song from Lost World? Yeah, this is from the Knights level. Are we keeping the same number of cutscenes? I'm not getting into that level of detail here. I'm actually pretty happy with that. With that addition there of, like, the explanation of the machines and everything, and that scene, I feel like that's pretty good. We have a pretty good, solid idea there. We're not gonna get into, like, okay, first cutscene, what's gonna happen? We're not gonna get that much into detail here. Unless anyone else has any last-minute additions they'd like to throw in there, I feel pretty good about this as, like, just the concepts for a Lost World rewrite. Had Hyrule? No. What character flaws do each of the Zeti have? I feel it's okay to keep them as one-dimensional characters. That's just what they are. Bleh. Wish you could use Chaos Emeralds, so the 6 Chaos Emeralds would add flowers and repair it like Sonic 1. That would be a good way to fix it. Use the Chaos Emeralds to fix it. If we want to hark it back to classic Sonic, that would be perfect. But no, we're not allowed to use the Chaos Emeralds because Sonic Team at this time. Needs 20 more Baldy McNose hairs. No. What about the Soul Emeralds? No. No references to 2000 Sonic games. The Zeti shouldn't be likable or relatable. Oh, they won't be. They'll be the same shitter. We'll actually make them, like, shittier, which should make them likable as, like, fun villains. Hopefully. As best as they can be, with how stupid they are. Okay, everyone's just memeing at this point. How does Eggman contribute to Sonic defeating the Zeti after they betray him? That's not happening in this version of the story. Are we keeping Omochao? Wait, is Omochao in Sonic Lost World? I mean, whatever. Omochao's just there for, like, tutorialization, right? Not in the story? Yeah, okay. Whatever. Who cares? We have a memeing rewrite going at the same time. I feel like we should with how this chat has been going. Okay. I am pretty happy with that as a Lost World rewrite. I think those are some good ideas. I think it's relatively in line with Lost World. In fact, I would argue in some ways it kind of fits the game better because it doesn't have, like, weird, pointless Sonic and Eggman teaming up, even though nothing in the game hints at that being a thing. What is the next up? Next up, I have ideas for an original Shadow story that I want to do. So we'll do that next. But first, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Cookie, please someone tell me why everyone's going on about Furry Pac-Man. Because that's the most important character in all of Sonic Lost World. Okay, so, Shadow rewrite. I guess we'll go about, or not a rewrite, just a new Shadow story. We're going to go about this in pretty much the same way. But different rules going on here. So where is that? We'll get some Shadow the Hedgehog music going in the background. Let me know how the volume is on that. Same mandates or what? No. So for this one, we're going, fuck it. We can do whatever we want. We are not going to be going with all these stupid, shitty, modern Sonic mandates. We are just coming up with a story, full creative freedom, none of that crap. We could put fucking guns in here if we wanted to. Because I'm imagining this as a 2000s era Sonic game, when they were doing whatever the hell they wanted. Shadow music is a bit loud? Okay. Let me know how that is. So, here is what I have as a starting point that I like. Shiro Maekawa has talked about in an interview that if he could do more with Shadow, what he would like to do is put Shadow back in stasis and have him reawaken hundreds of years in the future. And I think that's a great concept for a Shadow story, to build off of that and create like a sub-series of Shadow the Hedgehog games. I think that's a really cool idea. And then the only direction guideline I have here is there has to be some biblical influence, because that is very consistent across Shadow stories. SA2, Shadow the Hedgehog, and 06 all have biblical elements in there. So, what do? Our first thing that we have to work off of is, what is the future Shadow is waking up to? And the first thing that jumps out at me is a post-apocalyptic future. You think in the interview we mentioned Shadow being woken by slumber by a girl in need? I didn't see that when I looked into it. Either way, we don't have to keep every single element, necessarily. I mean, maybe we could do that. So I'm thinking we do post-apocalyptic, because that makes the most sense to me. Because Shadow, just in general, should be significantly different than Sonic, right? Like, as a series. If we're doing a Shadow the Hedgehog game, I guess like the existing Shadow the Hedgehog, it should be darker, it should be more melancholy than the bright, colorful, fun world of Sonic, right? So I think it makes sense for Shadow to end up in a post-apocalypse. Is it a sequel to Shadow 2005? Not directly, I wouldn't say. It's just a new Shadow the Hedgehog game. What is the game genre? Honestly, we could do a lot. I mean, I would say 3D platformer action game. I mean, fuck, we could bring shooting back. We could have guns in there if we wanted. 3D platformer action shooter. Fuck it, why not? If it makes sense. To a racing sim? No. Car combat game? Boomer shooter? Jesus Christ. What about character action game? Yeah, you could do a character action game with Shadow. You kind of like the idea of Shadow ending up in the Silver timeline? I have ideas for what we could do with that. Turn-based RPG. I think there's definitely room for a Sonic RPG just in general. I think we take a lot of influence from Ratchet & Clank for platformer shooter gameplay. I mean, if we're even doing shooting. We might not want to because just of the reputation. We might want to steer away from that. Or do it. I don't know. I'm not really thinking too much about that particularly. Shadow 3D Metroidvania. We could do something like that. Let's do a DMC-style Shadow game. I mean, the type of game isn't really that important. You can make a story work in many different genres of game. Doesn't really matter too greatly. Will there be aliens? I don't know. We gotta work that out. So, okay. It's a post-apocalypse that we're putting Shadow in, right? I think that makes sense. I think that, that fits. But the next question is, what kind of post-apocalypse are we doing? Like, we could do, you know, Crisis City type post-apocalypse, like 06, and just put Shadow in Silver's future. But I don't want to do that, because 06 is stupid. We could put him in like a Mad Max desert world apocalypse. That's an option potentially. Let's do a desert type. A war maybe? Like a war-torn world? Does anyone watch Girls' Last Tour? The kind of like that. Or I guess a reference people might actually get. You know in Sonic OVA when they go down to the world below and there's like just a ruined city there? Kind of something like that, potentially. A frozen apocalypse? Yeah, you could do an Ice Age. There are options. Yeah, definitely not Crisis City. Been there, done that. Agreed. What about a cyberpunk city? See, I would say we don't want to do, like, super futuristic city. I think we want to do, like, a bad future. Like, things have gone poorly. Zombie apocalypse? No. Also, personally, this is just me. I hate cyberpunk, so I would never do that. How about working all types of post-apocalypse in the same era? It would give different aesthetics to the areas. How the fuck are you putting all these different kinds of post-apocalypses together? Akira World? I've never seen Akira, so I don't know what that means. Everyone yell at me for not being a true anime fan. Are humans nearly extinct? I would say that, yeah, humans are in a bad situation. Have I seen Trigun? No, I've never seen Trigun. Cybershrooms, thanks for the donation. Shadow wakes up and realizes it's all Green Hill. Well, that's just Sonic Prime. A war setting could work since Shadow 05 is also in a war. Yeah, you know what we could do? Did anyone play Nier Automata? Because that has, like, the resistance, kind of like, people trying to survive. Kind of like that aesthetic of a post-apocalypse. Like, the small group of remaining humans and just people trying to make it in this fucked up world. Alright, let me, so we got concepts. Post-apocalypse. Will we please have actual humans? Oh yeah, we'll have humans, I think, for sure. Humans are important to Shadow. Okay. Here's an idea. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Baha. Okay, here's an idea. I spelled apocalypse wrong horribly because I'm an idiot. Shadow, as a character, what is he? He is the dark reflection of Sonic, right? So if we are going hundreds of years in the future into a post-apocalyptic scenario, perhaps we can do something with that. Perhaps we can have Shadow end up in a world that is a dark reflection of the Sonic world. By that I mean, the Sonic games are Eggman is trying to fuck up the world and the environment and all that shit, and Sonic is always there to stop him. So what if this apocalyptic future that Shadow ends up in is what happens when Eggman wins? And I don't just mean Eggman takes over the world. I mean, okay, Eggman has beaten Sonic, he's beaten all the good guys, he has taken over the world, and he converts it into his technological paradise, whatever. Well, then what happens at that point? Over time, over hundreds of years, in the long term, if we want to bring in some environmental theming, that is not sustainable, and the world will be destroyed, and it will be completely fucked. So, we could do that. It's a post-apocalypse where Eggman has taken over completely, and then over time it all fell apart. His technology fell apart. The world is in complete and total ruin. Eggman's not around anymore. He's not in control anymore. And it's just like this broken remnants of a world that Eggman once controlled because he ruined the planet so much that even his system could not work. So that's what the future is. It is a broken world created by Eggman just fucking over the environment horribly. But then Sonic lost. We could just say that this is an alternate future. You know, we could do some CD shit. We can say this is the bad future. This is a what-if scenario. Can the story be about trying to prevent this future from actually happening? Nah, I don't want to do time travel. I feel like a stronger idea would be like, okay, the world is fucked, and now it's, like, about trying to rebuild and recover. Like, I think that makes more sense, right? The world is in ruin, and Shadow and maybe a group of survivors are trying to survive and trying to make the world habitable again. If we, go in, like, with a dark reflection of Sonic, it would be, I mean, if we want to be grim about it, a potential future that we might face if the environment keeps going in the direction it is. Things might get really bad, but maybe one day people could start to rebuild, but it would be a rough time. And we could kind of give a glimpse of what that rough time could look like through a Sonic-y lens. And with that, we could easily justify having all kinds of weird different types of fucked up environments, because with Eggman's, like, engineering, he could ruin the planet in multiple different ways. So we can have, you know, like, fucked up destroyed Eggman cities, we could have desert areas, we can have, you know, areas that are frozen over with just ruins all over the place. So we can have lots of different environments for a game. Yeah, flooded areas. Yeah, lots of stuff. Lots of options. Who's the villain, though? We'll get to that. We're just developing our world here. What is this future that Shadow is waking up into? Yeah, natural disasters from the ocean rising and ice melting. Yeah. Sonic wouldn't be in this story, but there may be legends of him and how he was a great hero. People would mistake Shadow for the hero of legend. Ooh, yeah, we could do something like that, maybe. Climate change, yo? Exactly! That's part of Sonic, what it's always been there, so we're bringing that in a little bit. Have different factions and have their leaders as villains? So are we all cool with this idea? I like this idea a lot. I feel like this is very good. Shadow is the second coming of Christ, Sonic. Damn. Is Lorax Apocalypse? Yeah, very appropriate for Sonic, I think. Maybe like Mega Man Zero? I'm not familiar with Mega Man Zero, so I don't know. Okay, people seem to be digging this. Alright, so this future is Eggman wins and takes over, but his world is unsustainable and falls apart. Shadow wakes up in a future long after everything has collapsed. Few people are left trying to survive and recover. The world is in ruins. Yeah, I think that's pretty good so far, as just the world that we have entered. It's kind of like WALL-E. Yeah, again, appropriate for Sonic. All right, people are talking about characters. So let's get into characters. Because obviously we can't have any of the old Sonic cast because this is hundreds of years in the future, so they'd all be long dead. But yes, there are at least two characters we can have. Omega and Silver. I think that these are really good things to use because Omega can be a touchstone for Shadow of someone that he knows from before that can fill him in on what happened to the world. And, you know, just be someone that he can connect with, that he can trust in this new, unfamiliar world. And then Silver, naturally, he's from the future, so we could say we're gonna delete all the fucking dumb crap after 06 where Silver keeps coming back from the future all the time. We'll say this is Silver's future after the events of 06, and he just lives in this future. And this works really well for Silver's character. The world is fucked. Perhaps everyone looks at the world poorly. Things are going bad. And Silver is, you know, he has his naive optimism. He thinks they can fix the world and make a good living. And maybe he's kind of leading a survivor group or something to try to get by. I think that makes sense, right? And yes, we can use this as an opportunity to fix Silver's character and make him not suck. Metal Sonic work as a familiar antagonist? Huh, we could bring Metal in. We'll put a question mark there, because we have, what's his purpose going to be? We might have to work on that. Silver is deaf and I can fix him type. Oh yeah, see, okay, now I'm imagining Shadow wakes up and he's like wandering this world for a bit, doesn't understand what's going on. Maybe he runs into Omega, and Omega kind of fills him in on things, and Omega takes him back to their group, which is like a survivor group led by Silver, and Silver is trying to, like, get Shadow to join them and help them out and rebuild the world. And, you know, maybe at first Shadow is thinking this is hopeless, or he's trying to, you know, do something, and he has to be convinced to join their group by Silver somehow. Something like that. Gemerald, I'm gonna say no to Gemerald, because it doesn't really have any relation to Shadow, particularly. What if Shadow lives in a world where the Black Arms won? Nah. Because we want to keep Shadow's character development from that game. Oh, Metal Sonic has memories of Sonic uploaded to his database, so that's a way we could have Sonic. He is the AI inside Metal Sonic. Huh. What about Blaze or Eggman Nega? I'm gonna say no, because Blaze is from the Soul Dimension, and Eggman Nega being from the future is a stupid retcon that I hate. I don't hate that idea, Nihilistics. I'm gonna say maybe on that. Metal Sonic, possibly with Sonic's mind in him? Maybe. The thing is, if we want this to be a Shadow thing, would it be better if we just had no Sonic whatsoever, so Shadow can really stand on his own? Ooh, Matt and L has a good idea, though. If Sonic is gone, that does make Metal the real Sonic. That's actually a potentially more interesting direction. Like, Metal is around, and now he's gotten what he's wanted after all this time. He is the only Sonic. Ooh, this gives us potential to do fun things with Metal Sonic's character. I like that a lot more, honestly. Metal won in the end? Yeah, if we're going with a bad future, Eggman wins, Metal wins, gets what he wants. And then, where does Metal go? Now that he's gotten what he wants. He is the real Sonic. Then what? You love having creative freedom unlike the last time? Yeah, we had the stifled, shitty Sonic team writing, and now we can do what we want and tell real stories. This is a good contrast. Alright. Fuck Metal with Sonic's mind. Metal Sonic... We'll just say Metal Sonic just period, because that kind of just comes with the territory of introducing his character. You know, though, the idea of Sonic uploading his mind into an AI, we could potentially bring Eggman into the story in that way. I feel it's very appropriate for Eggman as a character, because Eggman, like, if he was gonna die of old age, he would not be like, oh, I'm getting old, I'm just gonna die. Eggman would fucking upload his mind into a computer, right? Into, like, an AI system or something. And then we could have, like, either, like, a hologram of Eggman or him in a robot, and he could be around. Death Egg Robot with Eggman's AI, or Egg Robo, or, like, an E100 model with Eggman in it. Something like that. Can we bring the previous Sonic Robos from 2 and 3? I'm gonna say no. We don't need too much Sonic in there. Definitely an AI system. Yeah, I feel like Eggman would not feel the need to be a robot specifically. Like, Eggman would have more control and more power as just an AI entity that, like, controls all of his machinery just from, you know, computer power. Will Eggman still be a villain, or will he have an epiphany? Huh. We could do something with that, actually, Galton. Like, Eggman has taken over and he's been ruling, but the world starts falling apart because his way is unsustainable after fucking up the environment. And maybe we have a thing where Eggman has finally, after all this time, after, like, literally hundreds of years, he's realized that what he's been wanting does not work and is bad. And so maybe he starts to try to fix things, but it's too little too late, and everything falls apart anyway. And we could have, like, Eggman is gone as far as the world knows. And maybe, like, Shadow, in coming to this world, he's exploring, like, Eggman bases and shit. And he stumbles upon the AI of Eggman that was, like, put in sleep mode or something like that. And this could give us, like, a direction for the story. Like, the survivors and Shadow, they try to, like, maybe Eggman was working on machines that would fix the environment, but he didn't get to finish them in time, so this is the direction of the story, is finishing those machines and getting them operational and starting to restore the world. That's something. I kind of like that idea because with Eggman being the metaphor for humanity ruining the environment, they would only make the change when it was too late and they finally got to feel the effects of the damage they're doing. And that would be represented through Eggman. Now he's seen what's happening. Yeah, Eggman having regrets. Finally seeing the error of his ways because he got what he wanted. Would Eggman even still have a fully functioning mind as an AI detached from proper material form when the limits of being rendered in code just make him even worse? I don't know. It depends. You can write it however you want to, really. How is Eggman Land gonna fit into the story? The whole world is Eggman Land. It's just ruined. Shadow wakes up under mysterious circumstances. Eggman is responsible. Yeah, you can do something like that. Yeah. Maybe like Eggman awakens Shadow from the stasis as like the last hope of Shadow. You can fix things. I don't hate this idea. Why was Shadow in stasis in the first place? I was thinking about that. I don't really have a good reasoning for it. If someone can come up with a good reason to justify why Shadow was put back in stasis, I'd love to hear it. How sentient are we making Metal? Like heroes? Yeah, like heroes. Full individual. Are the Chaos Emeralds going to be in the story? I think so, considering how integral they are to Shadow as a character. I think so. Do we need Shiro Maikawa's concept? I like Shiro's Maikawa's concept. That's why I'm going with it. Rouge puts Shadow in stasis to protect him. Who's protecting Shadow from anything? Shadow's the one that protects others. You propose an alternate timeline where Heroes doesn't exist. The problem with that is that means no Omega. Shadow and Omega wouldn't know each other. And I really like being able to connect with Omega as someone that he knew before. Maybe Shadow is on a mission to go to the future or something? For what reason? The Sonic cast died, so Shadow put himself in stasis. Shadow would continue to fight on, especially if we're going with Eggman has won and has taken over. We need a really strong reason to justify Shadow going into stasis. All right, let me add this. AI Eggman? Question mark? When Eggman wants to turn good for real, no one trusts him and he kind of has a moment. Yeah, you could do something like that, maybe. The thing is, I'm thinking that at the time when Eggman makes the change, it's so late that everyone else is already dead. There's nobody left. Although you could do a thing of like, okay, if Eggman reaches out to Shadow to like try to get his machines working to fix the environment, then Shadow could present this to like the remaining survivors, and then they would be completely not down for this because this whole thing is Eggman's fault. and it would be like a process to get them to trust Eggman. We could do something with that. Ooh, okay, Polo AP. That's not a bad idea. Shadow is injured in a fight so badly that he needed to be put on a stasis healing thing. Yeah, okay. That works. That works. He could maybe hide Eggman's identity from the rebels. Yeah, but I think eventually that would have to come out, because that's good drama. Yeah, okay. So we could have it be in a rough situation. Like, maybe Sonic's been defeated, Shadow is continuing to fight on to stop Eggman. And, I don't know, maybe Eggman just has a good-ass plan, or things work out with Sonic not there anymore. Whatever happens. Maybe we have Metal Sonic as the one that injures Shadow so severely that he needs to be put in the healing stasis. Because then that could lead into drama later when we run into Shadow again in the future. Shadow androids? Eh. How does Sonic die? Do we have Amy's death get highlighted like Maria? I'm gonna say that we do not show or, like, get really explicit onto what exactly happened and how Eggman won. I think we don't go into the hard details on that. Are we gonna mention how many years in the future, or is it up to interpretation? Well, Silver is 200 years in the future, so I feel like we could do that. That makes sense. That's fine. That's enough time for Eggman to fuck things up. Can't believe I referenced Girls Last Tour. Great show. Oh yeah, I fucking love that show. Maybe it's an alternate future where Sonic and friends don't go to Soliana, so it's the future that Mephiles predicted, but when he wakes up, Shadow meets Silver for the first time. I mean, I don't want this related to 06 or any of that stuff at all. I want this to be its own thing. Eggman's descendants maybe rule instead of an Eggman AI clone? Nah, Eggman is very selfish. He would be on the self-preservation path. He would want to stick around. What game does this take place after? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's a what-if scenario. Eggman clones himself, Shadow meets his clone while it's still a child. Nah, I don't think clone would be it either. Eggman wants himself to survive. He wants his mind to survive. But Pariah, the canon. I'm writing this like a 2000 Sonic game. We just do whatever we want and we don't give a shit. Is Sage in this story? No. No, because I don't like her. Fuck her. I'm just gonna pretend she doesn't exist. How powerful would Shadow be after reviving? We could say he's been weakened, and that could be progression throughout the game. As you power up Shadow and get his powers back over time as you play. That could work. Have I seen The Year of Shadow? Yeah, I saw it. Metal Eggman or Eggman Android? I don't know. I kind of like the idea of Eggman as just like an AI that just exists in computers. How do we fit Gun into this? I don't know. How do we fit Gun into this? Do they even fit? Has it been so long that Gun has just completely fallen apart? 200-year-old Eggman hooked up to life support? I feel like Eggman would be very okay with uploading himself to an AI and letting his body die. I feel like that would be the most logical thing to do with Eggman. Eggman's whole plan starts by targeting Shadow. He blames the disaster on him, which gets Omega to attack. As they're distracted, the rest of the world falls into peril. I don't think we need to keep that element of 06, of Omega being the one that gets Shadow. I mean, I guess we could. How would Gun function under Eggman's rule? Yeah, I suppose that Gun would just be wiped out when Eggman takes over. Yeah, Ride, we are doing Shiro Maikawa's concept for Shadow in a Far Future, because I love that concept. Can we have a Half-Life 2 situation where Shadow getting a Glock is his major character moment? I'm not worrying about what'll be in the game part of it. How do we fit the Bible into this? That's a good question, Tybus. How do we fit the Bible into this? Okay, well, here's a question. What are the enemies in this scenario? Because, like, Eggman's machines and everything have all completely fallen apart. So I don't imagine we have Eggman robots patrolling around or anything. Plus, Eggman, like, toward the end, was trying to turn things right. And also, we want to get away from Sonic stuff. We want Shadow to, like, go in its own direction, right? So who are the villains here? Who are the enemies? Think different faction leaders could be good villains? Like what, of different resistance groups? Like we're gonna have Shadow fighting humans and other animal characters? That would be really weird. The Zeddy. No. We need a bad guy to control whatever enemies are in this game? Yes. We need a bad guy, and we need enemies. Oh, you don't mean resistance? What do you mean, Chris? Mutants? Yeah, we could do, like, a monster direction. Metarex? So we're gonna have... The world is fucked up environmentally, it's a post-apocalypse, and there's an alien invasion. I don't know if I like that. That's too much shit going on. Need some robot enemies? Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, I don't know. We could have it be that robot enemies is Sonic's thing, Shadow's enemies are something else. When we say Shadow as a Messiah figure, are we talking strictly Jesus or nebulous Messiah concept from, like, Abrahamic religions? Black Doom and Mephiles are very much the devil, Satan, like, Christian-wise, so I would probably say closer to that, but we don't need to draw, like, super close comparison. It just needs to be kind of like a background element. Shadow's enemies are demons? I mean, that would make sense, but, like, are we also now incorporating some sort of evil magical monster here? Do we not want Rouge? I mean, Rouge would be long dead by this future. That's adding too much. Is that how Eggman won? We could maybe do something like that. Like maybe Eggman awoken some sort of monster in typical Eggman fashion, and he won with that, but lost control of it, and it fucked up the world, and that's what caused Eggman to change his ways? Maybe? I don't know if I love that. Nuclear disaster, mutated creatures? Oh, Rhythm and Tempo, thanks for donation. The toxic environment of the world has caused everyone to begin mutating into horrible creatures the survivors are trying desperately not to turn to. Yeah, we could have, like, giant mutant monsters running around. That is possible. But where's the religious stuff coming in? That's the question. If Eggman is an AI or uploaded to the internet, boss battles could be him uploaded to the mecha robot. Well, I'm kind of thinking I like the idea of Eggman being a good guy here, actually. That he's finally learned the error of his ways and is trying to fix the mess he made. Charmy, that's just Nier Automata you're talking about. Would we want to bring Mephiles back? No, definitely not. No Mephiles. The antagonist is the sins of humanity. They already did that in Sonic Adventure 2. The villains could be a religious cult who promise salvation. Yeah, but, like, what's that gonna be in the game? Are you just fighting, like, dudes in hoods? The hardest thing about coming up with biblical references is having to do actual research on it. It's true. I don't know shit about the Bible. Half of what I know about Christianity comes from the Binding of Isaac. Battle cuckoos? No. No. Not at all. Ooh, a kaiju as a metaphor for climate change, and we can make those biblical demons that come to punish humanity / Earth? Huh. That's not a bad idea, with Godzilla being a metaphor for, you know, nuclear weapons and stuff, so we kind of lean into that and have monsters. I suppose that kind of leans into the idea of having mutated creatures from Eggman fucking up the environment. That they are kind of the idea of nature fighting back, but it's all corrupted and fucked up. Yeah. Like, nature is trying to reclaim the world, as it would in an apocalypse, but nature has been so harmed by Eggman that, is bad. So then that could be that, like, our part of restoring the world is not just, like, fixing the environment, but also, like, these creatures, turning them back to normal, something like that. And they could be representative of, like, demons? Something? I don't hate that. What if the kaiju is Sonic? No. That's stupid. Shadow uses the Chaos Emeralds to heal the planet. There we go. Oh, Eggman's machines to try to restore the world need the Chaos Emeralds. So Shadow has to go and collect them all, and that's, like, what the game is. That's not a bad idea. Someone mentioned it before. What about the Master Emerald and Chaos? Honestly, I feel like we just don't touch on those things. I feel like it's probably the best to just know. What if the kaijus are the emeralds? Huh. Yeah, like the emeralds, if they represent, like, the world and stuff, then, they have, like, rebelled so aggressively that they somehow manifest as monsters or something. Shadow has to defeat the big kaiju to get the emerald back to normal. It's a little weird, but I don't hate the idea. I gotta write this, take notes. We're still just kicking around ideas. I don't have anything I feel like is super concrete yet. Let's see, what else? Where were we at this point? World is unstable, falls apart, shall we accept the future after everything's collapsed? Few people are left trying to survive and recover. The world is in ruins. Are the Gaia Kaiju a punishment on mankind or something? Yeah, I think that's a good direction for it. What if the bad guy is angel-inspired? Possibly. We could do something with that. So if we're dealing with restoring nature, are we going to be ignoring Light Guy and Dark Guy? Yeah, we're just... That's not part of this. And it just doesn't make sense. Whatever. Evangelion? I never watched any of, like, those movies that, like, continue after Evangelion. So mutants, animals, and plants instead of mutant humans? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, rhythm and tempo. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, that kind of works. Like, Shadow is acting as the savior. He comes in, the world's fucked up, and he uses his powers to restore things. Do we care about anything post-2000s? No. We're ignoring all of that. Can we do a second stream down the road where we explore a game where Eggman is the main character, like he always takes over and wins off screen? What? Always wins? Wouldn't he just win once? Can an older Charmy and Cream show up? Now, we're way in the future. Way beyond that. Any inspiration you take from Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind? I'm gonna be honest, fake anime fan. I've never watched it. What if Shadow tries to find another planet to inhabit and the end of the game is getting around there? Nah, I feel like it's more in tune with Sonic to try to repair the damaged world. Alright, later, some guy. Thanks for stopping by. Hope this was fun for you. Shadow being immune to illnesses and stuff could be an important factor. Yeah, the point of Project Shadow was to create a being that was immortal, and Gerald was hoping to use that to find a cure for Maria. So we could potentially incorporate some of that. Maybe. It's a little weird, but we could do it, maybe. What is Shadow's goal in this world anyway? That's a good question. What is his goal here? What would Shadow be thinking and feeling, seeing what's happened to the world in this time? I feel like he would try to fix things, right? To get them back to normal. Way to dawn. The problem there is that we're going like hundreds of years after Eggman has taken over the world. I don't think Gun would be around anymore at that point. We could maybe have like remnants of Gun, like maybe some Gun robots hanging around or something like that. Shadow's goal always has to do with his identity. Not true, necessarily. 06 doesn't really have anything to do with his identity. Ancient civilization has evolved because it's Sonic. Can we not? Can we just not for this one? The enemy is a plague, a living virus? But, like, what's that, like, manifest in as gameplay? Like, that... I guess that could be what's corrupting the creatures, to turn them into monsters. Ooh, locusts. The enemy is a fake Maria? No. The Space Colony Arc still exist? I don't know, maybe. Enemies come in normal forms and infected forms? I feel like all the enemies should be, like, infected, fucked up monsters, right? Do we need to have an actual legitimate villain character? I'm gonna say yes. We gotta have a villain. We need to have the villain. What's that gonna be? Who is the villain? Where is Angel Island, Little Planet, and Space Colony Arc? We're just not gonna acknowledge the existence of Angel Island or Little Planet. Space Colony Arc, I don't know. Is it still around? Is it not? I don't know. Ooh, have Space Colony Arc have crashed down to Earth? That could, yeah, add to the world being fucked up. That's not a bad idea, Chris. A big boss robot who took over Eggman's ideals? I guess we could do that. It's like, Eggman has changed, but there are still people out there that won't change and are still gonna try to keep things going even after everything's fucked. You could do that, but I don't know. Angel Island needs to exist. Like, what happens to the Master Emerald? I'd say we just don't acknowledge it. That has nothing to do with Shadow. Robo-cult? That wants to take over in Eggman's way? I don't know. Ooh, artificial chaos? Huh. How about a false savior? Someone who wants to enslave the new humanity that Shadow is trying to guide to fix the world? I don't know. I feel like the villain needs to be a big fucking monster for a Super Shadow final boss, right? Shouldn't just be another person. Not acknowledging Master Emerald and Chaos at the very least seems off, even if it doesn't necessarily relate to Shadow directly. And that's how Sonic Team does things. They just ignore stuff when they feel like it. And we're being true to that vision. Never said a person, said a false savior. Well, what's this false savior if it's not a person that people are following? It's gonna be a big weird monster? We could just say the Master Emerald was destroyed? Yeah, it was destroyed. Eggman fucked it up or something. Whatever. You don't have to answer every question in a story? Yeah, you can just leave some stuff unexplained. Gracile, thank you for the donation. The bad guy's a leader named Pontific Nose there. Man, y'all cannot let that go. Do something similar to the Merlina twist? I mean, who is this person, then? I feel like we definitely need a Super Shadow final boss here. So there's gotta be a big, weird, eldritch monster. Ideally a demon, or a devil, or something. What's the main goal of Shadow? I forgot, I should be writing things down. Like, I totally lost in chat. So what are we doing? Shadow is... So the world is in ruins. Silver leads a group of survivors. Omega is maybe a part of this group. Shadow eventually encounters Omega and learns of what happened. He comes back to the group and joins them? Maybe? Eventually he stumbles upon Eggman's AI when exploring a base. Eggman saw the error of his ways after the world started falling apart, but it was too late. That shouldn't be a separate sentence. Whatever. Eggman began working on machines to restore the world, but they were unfinished. He recruits Shadow to finish them and restore the world to normal. And there's tension between Eggman and the survivors because it's all his fault. They don't trust him. Rhythm and Tempo, thanks for the donation. If the Emeralds became monsters, maybe the Shadow Master Emerald is the corrupt final boss. Everyone falsely believed the Master Emerald would save them, but Shadow is their real saver? Huh. It's not a bad idea. I don't know if I love the idea of the Emeralds turning into monsters. We still gotta workshop that a little bit more, I think. But they managed to work together. I like that so far. I'm pretty good with that. perfect artificial chaos as the main boss. I was thinking about we could do stuff with artificial chaos and bring that in, but I don't like that. Is he the villain? Is who the villain? Eggman? No, I don't think so. It seems fitting for Eggman to want to look like himself. That is true, Iger J. He does love the look of his own mug. Maybe he'd be in like a robot recreation of himself, like a metal Eggman. The game's objective is to collect all resources for Eggman's final machine to restore the world. I think it makes sense that the machines are, or I should say, need to be powered by the Chaos Emeralds. So Shadow has to track them down. That makes sense, right? I feel like that's very gamey, and it gives us a direction to pursue. I'm imagining this is like an open world kind of 3D platformer action game, maybe shooter something. And yeah, you gotta explore around, fight bosses to open new areas, and find the Chaos Emeralds or something. What's Zavog doing while this is going on? He was murdered by Sonic in the events of Lost World. Is the main antagonist a machine or a living being? We're working on that. We're not 100% there yet. Okay, you could do, yeah, collecting parts, collecting machine parts. Could just be like a passive background thing you do to help, help along the process or something. No worries, Clinton. This has been a fun stream, though. This sounds like a good RPG. Yeah, kind of like an action RPG as Shadow. Maybe guns would be appropriate in this setting. If we don't do it in, like, the edgy, we're using guns way, but more of, like, a, you know, a grim, doing what you have to survive, then that could be okay. If you just present it in a way that's less cringy, you can fit guns in here. You dig it? We gotta do more of these? I'm glad people are enjoying this. This is quite fun for me. Do we add blood everywhere? No. There can be monster blood, maybe, if that's what we're doing for the enemies. Eventually have Omega turn against Shadow so he can betray him like Judas did to Jesus, since Omega was essentially built to support and keep Shadow in check as an anti-Shadow. Ooh. Having Omega be Judas? That would be pretty fucking brutal. But that would be a pretty sick twist. Like, people would hate it because it's like, what? Omega is turning against Shadow? But that's what would make it such an effective moment, right? If you did that at a critical moment, Omega betrayed Shadow. That would be intense. There is precedent for Omega fucking up Shadow with 06, yeah. Tyvus is right. We can make it happen? Well, I don't know if we want to make it happen. That's extreme. That's a lot. Man, this is so much more fun than doing that Lost World rewrite. Fuck those mandates. You're conflicted on the Omega thing? So am I. So am I. I don't know how I feel about that one. But it would be pretty intense. What if the monsters were mutated flickies? Ooh, yeah, the animals that we're normally saving in Sonic games and the plants, those are the things that get turned into the mutant monster creatures that would, like, represent nature trying to reclaim the world and fight back. Yeah, I don't hate that at all. We already did the Lost World rewrite, Clayton. That was earlier in the stream. See, now you're all getting into it. This is why I keep coming up with, like, Sonic fan fiction ideas. It's so much fun to play around with these elements. When you understand it, you can, like, do it in cool ways, and it's so cool. There's so much potential. This is why I hate this fucking franchise. There's so much potential for cool storytelling, and they never do any of it. Do all biblical references have to be related to Jesus? I mean, not specifically. It can be vague. It's vague in the Shadow games. Silver is Judas? Nah, that's totally not Silver's character. Silver is the fucking Boy Scout. He's never doing something bad. What would Shadow and Silver's dynamic be? That's a good question. They don't interact very much in 06, so we could play with that. That's true, Bravia. The Ark is biblical, but not related to Jesus, yeah. I just realized that it's called the Space Colony Ark, which is probably a reference to the Ark from the Bible. You imagine their dynamic being annoying little brother of Silver? I don't see it that way. I imagine it being as, like, Silver is, like, super optimist, and Shadow is more of a realist with things, and there's conflict in, like, how they should proceed, what they should do, and kind of like an outsider conflict there. Silver doesn't necessarily trust Shadow yet. Yeah, exactly. Shadow's logical, Silver is emotional. Yeah, that fits very well. Everyone's saying that line about I'm an optimist but also a realist. That's not what he says in Japanese, just so you know. But why would Omega turn on Shadow? That's a great question, Jacob Fry. Why would he if we wanted to do that big twist? Shiver to sum upon Gemerald? I just don't want to involve Gemerald, I don't think. We gotta cement more of the plot first. We can make it work. It's still a question of do we want to. Make Omega the final boss and Shadow has to destroy him? Holy shit. That would be pretty intense. Still in the first paragraph? I mean, we still have ideas it's kicking around. It's just I don't want to write anything down until it's, like, relatively solidified. I keep saying no to Gemerald for no good reason. It's not for no good reason. It's just, it's one of those things that's just weird with Sonic and how they do things. They just determine what is and is not part of this specific vision of Sonic, and I just don't see Gemerald as this specific thing. Like, if this is going to be a Shadow-focused game, a Shadow-focused story, we should focus on things that are primarily related to Shadow, and Gemerald really has nothing to do with Shadow. Oh god, themes. We haven't even gotten there yet. We'll get to that. Jesus Christ. Who could be Shadow's best friend in the future? I imagine Omega is like your number 2 in the game, right? Oh, Bravia! There we go. Omega's goal is to kill Eggman, but Shadow is working with Eggman to try to fix things. That could be a source of conflict, potentially. Alternatively, would Omega feel satisfied? Like, is this another thing like Metal Sonic, where Omega has gotten what he wanted? Eggman is dead, his whole world has been destroyed, so does Omega have a new direction now? Or do we reawaken that when Omega discovers about the AI Eggman? That could be a thing. It's why Shadow is hiding the existence of AI Eggman, because Eggman's like, if Omega discovers that I'm still alive, he'll turn on us. Yeah, and then Omega wants to destroy the AI Eggman. Yeah, Omega would want every trace of Eggman gone. That does kind of fit his character. Omega would want that motherfucker gone. Yeah, especially after Eggman has fucked up the world, Omega would be the #1 person that says we cannot trust him, fuck Eggman. we're better off killing him right now, destroying his AI once and for all. That was a good suggestion, Bravia. That was good shit. Omega, the #1 Eggman hater? Metal Sonic still exists. What do we do with that? Omega destroys Metal. Yeah, Metal Sonic could be in a lot of places at this time. It's hard to say where he would be. The Shadow we're playing as is a Shadow android that Omega has to kill is Juicy. No, we're the real Shadow. What about descendants of other Sonic characters? That shit is so tacky. I really don't want to do that. What about the Echidna Dark Brotherhood? No, we're not going to acknowledge that. Metal Sonic False Messiah, maybe? Imagine running into Sonic's great grandkid? Yeah, I just don't want any of that. I just don't want any of that baggage. Maybe someone's descendant, but I feel like no one important. No Sonic, no Tails descendants. We're not gonna have a young girl that's a fox with 2 tails. It's a really smart mechanic that builds Shadow and Omega's gear and upgrades. I don't want that. Leave that Sonic's kid shit in the Archie comics. Agreed. Alright, so I'll write down what we had with Omega. So maybe Omega still wants to kill Eggman. He thought he had succeeded, but when he learns about the Eggman AI, he wants to destroy it, despite the fact that Eggman has turned good. Omega don't care or trust him. Possible betrayal? Shadow has to destroy Omega? Maybe? Maybe? I mean, that's some fucking intense drama. We're talking about having anime melodrama bullshit. This is as dark as it goes, right? Having to kill Omega. And it being a Judas thing. Yep. Oh yeah, also, because the world is so ruined, animals and plants have been mutated into monsters. They run amok on the planet, threatening the survivors. They function as the enemies in the game. We probably also have some... Right? That just makes sense. If we have Eggman shit is all over the world, there could be small little pockets, I guess, of Eggman robots that are, like, barely functional that could also be enemies. You do that. It'd be cool for Omega to be a boss once he learns that Shadow's working with Eggman. Then they have to convince him to cooperate. It feels like a better direction than killing him. Oh, but the killing him is so juicy. It's so juicy, though. But that might be a better choice. Like, yeah, it's just a conflict that then they fight. You have a boss fight against Omega, and then after that, Omega chills. You could do that, and that would probably be smarter, because then we could keep Omega around. But it's so juicy to kill Omega. The drama potential. Omega reunites at the end and becomes a gun for Shadow. Keep him around for what? He's like your number 2 in the game. He's the connection that Shadow has to the old world, the one person he knows he can trust. But that's why it's so good if it's a betrayal thing. God, Sean. You're incorporating Pontaf writing, and I don't like it. Where does the Super Shadow fight in regards to fighting Omega? That's a good question. I mean, is Omega gonna be the final boss, or just a boss? Definitely, I like this idea at the very minimum of Omega as a boss fight. Killing him would be pretty kind of cool, but maybe not. Would he be the final boss? Probably not. That's not a Super Shadow fight, I don't think. That's gotta be a one-on-one square-off of Shadow and Omega. Where's the Maria boss fight? No. This is your favorite live stream? I'm having a blast. This is great. This is super fun. We'll definitely be doing more of these in the future. Super Omega? No, no Super Omega. Okay, I want to think, what's Metal? Where's Metal Sonic at this point? Wait, hold on. Music got all fucked up. We finished the Shadow OST, so we're just going to loop it back around. Since Sonic has gone, Metal achieved his goal of being the only Sonic. He would be a false savior that represents a perversion of Sonic's ideals, flesh out the idea of him as Metal Overlord. We talked about that, Bravia. Yes, Metal Sonic has achieved his goals. He is now the only Sonic. He sees himself as the real Sonic. We could go in that direction. We could also do different things with him. I mean, we could... You could even justify, like, Metal Sonic is now the only Sonic. So he is, like, thinking himself as Sonic, and over time, he develops an idea, a desire to, like, be more like the real Sonic, to, like, take his place. And you could have Metal be a good guy. Like, we could do that. That would be possible. We could also have it, yeah, that he thinks he's doing good, but he's actually making things worse. Or we could have it, yeah, that he's a false prophet who is fucking things up. That's an option, too. There's a lot of stuff we could do with Metal. Maybe Metal Sonic could be the last boss. Oh yeah, no, Chris, definitely. Metal Sonic is going to be beat up. So is Omega. This is an apocalypse, after all. Maybe Metal Sonic is the final boss here. Exactly, Fabio. That's what we're going with these ideas. We need human characters? That's true. We haven't started... like, I'm imagining they're just, like, human NPCs in the game, but humans definitely should be... There should be a human character or two that are, like, part of the story. I haven't talked about, like, new characters yet, because you could come up with literally anything, so that's, like, a lot. The Omega Twist is so cool. The Omega Twist is very cool. That was, the chat came up with that. I take no credit for that. Metal Sonic and Emerald fused together for final boss? Eh. Do I like Molly from Sonic X? I don't remember who Molly is by name. Is that the redhead girl from space? Because that's a cool episode. Should there be a Maria-like character like Shadow from Molly from X? Okay, yeah, that is that girl. We could do something like that, maybe. The thing is, if we're going with, like, Shadow the Hedgehog Shadow, he don't give a fuck about Maria. I want to focus on Metal Sonic right now, because we have him there, like, floating in space. I want to solidify his role in the story. And in the game. he pursues the means to become biological? Harkens back to the bad fusion of tech of nature of Sonic CD. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of options. I'm trying to nail something down. Metal Sonic uses the flesh of his foes to become more like real Sonic. That's too much. That's too... No. Have Metal Sonic leading a cult that preaches previous Sonic's ideals but in a false way? I don't know if we need Metal to be a religious figure. I think Metal can just be Metal. I feel like there's connection there in the fact that Metal is a copy of Sonic, Shadow is a copy of Sonic. Metal thought he was finally the real Sonic, but now another copy of Sonic has come back. We could maybe do something with that. Shadow fires a Vital Flash as a Toriyama tribute. I mean, I guess you could do that, sure, whatever. What if Metal has his own version of Eggman Land? I don't see Metal Sonic as a ruling the world type character. I know they did that with Heroes, but I feel like it makes more sense for Metal's character that he wants to be Sonic now that he is the only Sonic. It's more a direction of self-discovery and figuring out what he wants to do in the world. And that's the question I'm really stuck on. Where does Metal go after realizing he's the only Sonic and he's achieved his goal? Because there are just so many possibilities there. Yeah, now that he's Sonic, he has nothing, in a way. Yeah, Voltrix, I think you're on a good path there, but, like, where does that go? What's his role in the story? What's his role in the game? What's he doing? What's he doing? Can we have an Eldritch Machine-infused mutant creature? Possibly. Maybe. Feel when Shadow meets Metal, when Metal meets Shadow, his identity crisis would return and try to take him down. That's a direction we could go. Thing is, Metal has never really shown any care for Shadow before. We could still lean on that. But then that's also kind of similar to Omega. Like, if we're doing a thing of, like, maybe Metal has gone in a good guy direction, and then he reacts to Shadow and turns bad, it's kind of similar to the Omega scenario. I don't know about that max time. I don't like the idea of Metal becoming a follower. Another option, like if we're imagining this as more like maybe an action RPG, maybe it could be like you have a party, and your party could be Omega and Silver, and maybe Metal has taken up the mantle of Sonic now that he feels he's the only Sonic, and he does try to do good, and he could just be part of the team as a party member. That's an option that we could go with. You love throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks? Yeah, it's... The coming up with ideas is my favorite part of the writing process. Because you can just get excited about so many cool possibilities. Would he speak? I'm gonna say yes. We'll say Metal Sonic has been upgraded. He has a fucking speaker now. Ooh, playable Eggman because fan service. We could have, if Eggman is in like a robot, it could be combat capable. We could have playable Eggman mecha, like if he's gonna be in the party as well. If we're doing this in that direction, we could have a party of cool guys that you could either play as or just have as AI companions, kind of like Final Fantasy 15. Those are possibilities. Why would Metal be a good guy? I'm thinking because in this world, Sonic is gone, so Metal has achieved his goal. He is the only Sonic. And so he kind of starts to fill the role of Sonic and wants to be good. You know, this is over the course of hundreds of years of him thinking about his existence. Yeah, Cookie, very good point. I didn't even think about that, but that works really well. But now Eggman is helping, so now it's finally that conclusion of humanity and nature coming together in harmony, using technology to fix the world. Yeah, exactly what Keesley says. Copying Sonic, Sonic is good, he copies being good. I think that makes sense. Like, Metal's identity crisis with Sonic gone is now, well, what am I? What is the real Sonic? Hey, Subsonic Sparkle. We're coming up with ideas for stories for funsies, and we're having a great time. We could have Metal trying to do the similar things to old Sonic, but he fails miserably and gets sad about it. That's a potential direction. I guess we need to make a binary choice first. Is Metal a good guy or a bad guy? What are we doing with Metal? Is he good or is he bad? We gotta decide that, and then we can pick on, like, the specifics. Man, it's like 50-50 split here. Ray Seal, thank you for the donation. What if Metal Sonic becomes an egomaniac and tries to stop Shadow from doing his purpose? Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Like, maybe Metal does take on kind of a heroic role here. But he sees himself as, like, a savior messiah character. So now when Shadow comes in and he's trying to, you know, help the world, Metal sees that as him getting in his way. No, I'm the hero. I'm Sonic. You do something with that. That's not a bad idea. That's the thing. There's good, bad, and then there's also, during the story, he switches from one to the other. Well, Bravia, we're going off of modern Metal Sonic interpretations, where he hates Sonic for, you know, wanting to be the only Sonic and all that stuff. That's just Mega Man Zero's plot. I've not played Mega Man Zero. I don't know. Ooh, Metal imagines fake Sonic memories from all of his life form data? Possibly. Yeah, Virtuous Azon. That's not a bad direction. I'm kind of liking that. You like to imagine that none of these characters are firmly good or bad and have many moments where they oppose Shadow? Well, Silver is definitely the goodest of good guys. So that's the thing. If we're doing this, Metal Sonic doesn't like other heroes. Silver already kind of fucks with that, because Silver is there. AI Eggman controls Metal Sonic? No, that's fucking lame as hell. We want Metal to be a character here. Okay, oh, that's not a bad idea either. Metal is there to be a reminder of the bad people from Sonic's past, whereas Omega is a reminder of the good people from Shadow's past. That kind of works. Subsonic Sparkle, we already did the Lost World rewrite. We've moved on at this point. Is Shadow the only playable character? That's a good question. If we're doing like an action RPG thing with like a party, you could make it so you could switch to Omega or Silver or potentially the robot Eggman and maybe Metal Sonic. Maybe, if this is our party. You imagine the Shadows teamwork would be very dysfunctional? I mean, that was all what Sonic Heroes was about. Of those three that didn't get along, managing to work together and become a real team. Metal doesn't hate heroes, he hates Sonic copies wanting to be heroes. The thing is, Metal, like, as he's always been depicted, has never demonstrated any care for the fact that Shadow is also a Sonic copy. Which we could just elaborate on and make that a thing. But it is a bit weird. It's mainly just missed opportunities on Sonic Team's parts. Maybe Metal Sonic sacrifices himself in an attempt to be like the real Sonic. You could do that. Like, he's trying to save everyone in a dire situation and sacrifices himself. Bravia, I've decided we're just not going to have Gemerald in this. He just doesn't really fit, in my opinion. Gerald's connection to both Shadow and the Gizoids is enough reason to include Gemerald? I don't even know if Gerald needs to get involved here. I would rather, like, post Shadow the Hedgehog, we just move on and let new things occur. You don't like Silver's role, Mitch? What do you suggest for Silver, then? This is so hard, it's just Metal Sonic. It is hard. You know what? We'll come back to Metal Sonic. We'll come back to him. He'll still float in the ether. Maybe he won't even be in the game. We're stuck on this. We'll come back to it. What about Sage, Orbot, and Cubot? They don't exist. Fuck them. What biblical influences in particular is in this story so far? We're working on it. We haven't gotten there yet. Here's the other thing I'm thinking also. This came to me. We want potential for sequels, right? So maybe we don't have the story be like, we fully succeed and fix the world. This should kind of be a process, right? So we could have a potential series of Shadow games, if we want to think of this in the way that Sega and Sonic Team would think about this. So we gotta limit the potential here. Think we should have a Silver boss fight to sort out their issues or after the fight? Potentially, I don't know. I don't necessarily want to fight every single Sonic character. Eggman reveal happens and trust is destroyed. For what? Oh, how about make Silver distrust Shadow? At one point, Eggman used copies of Shadow in his army because Silver doesn't trust him and Shadow begins to build trust. Yeah, we can do stuff like that. Yeah, there'll definitely be a lot of potential tension from Shadow revealing that he's working with Eggman. See, Subsonic Sparkle, I thought about that, but I don't know, because that introduces so many problems with, like, characterization and storytelling and stuff. I feel like it's much easier to just do a direct, straightforward Shadow story where we follow what Shadow would do. I feel like fans would like that more as well. How futuristic is the world? Are we talking Destroyed Wasteland, or we have cybernetic enhancements Fallout style? Yeah, there would definitely be, like, kind of your desert fucked up thing, your destroyed cities, Eggman cyber world stuff going on. We'd have a mix of lots of different things, you know, for variety and areas in the game. PezCon, that's not a terrible idea. How are we going to include guns? Yeah, you could just have them. Characters are using them to survive all the monsters and shit. And the rogue Eggman robots that are just wandering around. Have we plotted Shadow's character arc? No, we haven't gotten there yet. We're still working on, like, the higher level ideas of what the fuck is even happening. What is Xena doing in this? Not existing. She was killed in Sonic Lost World, as we all know. Oh, Overland Lord. I don't hate that. Shadow Eclipse could be the name of the game. That's not terrible. Okay, in this game, we definitely have the broken moon, right? Even though it's not been in a bunch of other Sonic games and it makes no sense, the symbology of it works really well here, right? So we definitely have the broken moon. And then people go, why is the moon broken again? And you go, shut up. That's definitely happening. Now we're truly in tune with Sonic Team's story writing style. Pariah is unlocking his inner Sonic Team. Just wait until I do that video about the Riders story that I have. There's all kinds of shit like that in there. In a blood red, cloudy sky. Yeah, the sky would be all fucked up. It would be like weird-ass colors because of all the pollution and shit that Eggman has done. Absolutely. Should people have masks? Like, it's not safe to go outside and breathe, so you need, like, masks to protect you? We could do that. The thing is, Sonic characters wearing masks, those character designs are not built for it. They'd be these giant, clunky fucking things on their heads. So that would probably look bad. Maybe humans. Arbitrarily, for no reason, humans need to wear masks to go outside. Because Sonic characters can breathe in space, so they're fine. That's what I'm going with. That's so ridiculous. Yup. Although, Eggman can also breathe in space, according to Sonic Adventure 2. So, that's a thing. I guess we could have Silver protect himself with his powers. Infinite? No infinite. Shadow is immune to disease. Silver is shut up, don't think about it. Do we include the Black Arms? Nah, we're not bringing any of that back. New story, new ideas. We're not Sonic Team. We're becoming what we hate the most, Sonic Team. That's just being true to the vision of Sonic. Be lazy with some stupid shit sometimes. Maybe they could use helmets instead of masks? Yeah, helmets or whatever, it doesn't really matter. I think it'd be kind of cool that it makes sense for the theme. If the environment is so ruined, you shouldn't be able to breathe. We need to focus on the villains. We got so many different, like, plot threads going at once. It's hard to stay focused. We're following Shiro Maikawa's concepts, so we need the girl that resembles Maria. Oh, we definitely have some human female figure, I think, that's important and Shadow connects with. I definitely think that makes sense, for sure. What's the inciting incident? The inciting incident is Shadow fucking wakes up in the future and it's all fucked up. Who even is the villain? We're working on that. We're having issues. This is difficult. A human love interest for Shadow? No. What kind of art style are we working with here? I think it would be kind of dark and grim. Honestly, not that far away from Shadow the Hedgehog. I think that is a fine art style. Just tone it down a little bit on, like, the edginess and add it and make it more bleak. Charmy Bee was the villain the whole time? No. Would there be Eggman Land stuff everywhere, like roller coasters and deadly traps and rides everywhere? I don't know if it would specifically have to be like amusement park stuff. It could just be, you know, there's Eggman stuff all over the place. A human companion for Shadow? Yeah, we'll have human characters, but the specifics of it need a lot of hashing out. This is much more difficult to work on than the Lost World one, because that was like, we had all the pieces. Here we have infinite possibilities in front of us, and we could go in so many directions and do so much. There's also more fun than Lost World? Oh, absolutely. This is great. The Return of Infinite? No. Is there or is there not Chaos Emeralds? Definitely Chaos Emeralds, I think. Because, you know, part of the reason Shadow exists in universe is to wield the power of the Chaos Emeralds. Chaos Control is one of his iconic things. We gotta have the Chaos Emeralds. How about Metal Virus? No. What if whatever caused the collapse of Eggman's empire had him so panicked he'd only transplant his memories into a basic egg robo? See, if we're doing, like, a potential action RPG and we have a party, I like the idea of, like, Eggman and, like, a robot that is capable of fighting, and he could be a party member or potentially even playable character. Like, I'm imagining the Eggwalker from SA2, but more of a full-body thing with arms and, you know, guns and stuff like that. But what I do to improve Silver's character? Give him a character arc that doesn't suck. Sentient computer virus? Well, technology is already fucked up at this point. I don't know how much that would even impact anything by now. If we have Silverback, why not Mephiles? Because Mephiles is all tied to the Solaris crap, and we're not doing any of that here. What are the Gaia temples reused again? No. We're going with Sonic Team Vision here of keeping this relatively isolated from other things. Other than Shadow-centric games and stories. What if Eggman transmitted himself through Metal Sonic? No, I want Metal to be a character. The moon crashed into the Earth? Someone suggested earlier the Ark crashing into the Earth, which I like that idea. Here, I'll add that here. Can we have deserty ruined cities? Yeah, we'll have that, for sure. All kinds of ruination going on. I just made Gerald the happiest man. To be clear, because people don't remember the details, in Sonic Adventure 2, the Ark crashing is not what would have destroyed the world. They say that the Chaos Emeralds are being overpowered and are going to explode when the Ark crashes into the Earth. So that is the end of the world scenario there. The Ark itself crashing would be like a devastating meteor hitting the Earth and just ruining shit. But it would not completely destroy the world. Will the set piece of this game be? We're not to those kinds of specifics yet. The Chaos Emeralds can explode. Do we want that to be part of the story? Probably not. How gone is all the tech, robots, etc.? I'm thinking a lot of it is gone. Like, people might have some basic computers, maybe like some old-timey computers, but it's a bad scenario. Not too far off from, like, Mad Max, but with a little bit of computers. Can we really do this in one stream? Probably not. I don't know how much longer I can even keep going for. We might have to come back to this another stream and flesh out these ideas more. I did not think that this would go on for this long. But there's a lot of potential here, and there's a lot of cool stuff that can be done. If we're doing a Shadow story, the main antagonist has to be connected to Shadow-like tradition. They have to be some kind of biblically inspired figure, ideally a demon of some kind. Ideally? Whatever that would be. Hey, Summy. It's going well. This is a great stream. I'm having a lot of fun here. But we've kind of hit a wall of ideas. Okay, let's talk characters, alright? So we have this resistance group, or not really a resistance, just like this band of survivors that are trying to make it by. Silver's leading them, Omega is part of this group, and Shadow comes in. Who else is here? Who else is in this group? We got a mix of humans and animal characters, I'm thinking. Some of them might be major characters, some of them might be side characters, whatever. We want to have some humans, we want to have some animal characters. Also thinking, if this is a game, it makes sense to have, like, a mechanic techie person that's, like, building upgrades that you can give to your characters or something like that. That's a potential thing. We need a Maria girl character. We do need a Maria girl character. We do. I mean, we don't necessarily, but it feels appropriate to have not literally a Maria stand-in, but, like, you know, an innocent girl that is part of what Shadow connects to in this world. Mary? That's too close to Maria. Why do you think Maria's fucking name is Maria? AI Eggman would be that mechanic person in the party, right? Oh yeah, you could have just Eggman be that person. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And you could use, like, scrap that you collect for Eggman to build upgrades and shit. That makes sense. Just make a new female furry chick while you're at it for the freaks. Sonic Can already has the goat Mary Garnet. That's true. There's already a Mary in Sonic, sort of technically. I mean, what her name is doesn't really matter. The point, what's her role in the story? And I'm imagining that she is, like, Shadow's major emotional connection point. Apparently, Shiro Maikawa's idea was that the girl is what awakens Shadow from stasis. So it could be that this girl is the person that Shadow first encounters in this new world. She's what leads him back to their base camp or whatever. Introduces him to everyone in this whole new world. And, you know, maybe Shadow checks in on her, makes sure she's okay. And maybe she does what she can to try to make Shadow feel welcome in this new world as best as she can with, you know, the squalor that they live in. But where does that go beyond that? Make her a scavenger? Well, I guess the question is, what is this girl? Is she a child or is she an adult? Because that changes a lot, depending on what we do. Yeah, you're right, Pillar. We should definitely do some more with this character. Than just, you know, kind girl that Shadow attaches to. Teenager? We could do teenager. Yeah, potentially. Have it be Cream the Rabbit all grown up. Bro, we're hundreds of years in the future. You think adult is better? I mean, what does adult let us do that teenager didn't? Like, child would be a no, because then she couldn't be in danger, potentially. I mean, you could, but, like, she couldn't, like, get involved in more significant ways, which we might want, possibly. But if she's getting more into the story, then you would want her getting involved somewhere. So a teenager would allow us to do that, but an adult doesn't really open any more possibilities, necessarily. So it becomes a basically arbitrary choice between teenager or adult. Adds an air of maturity, but also specific worldviews. Yeah, I suppose to contrast the bleakness, a younger character makes more sense. Because then she could be a bit more optimistic on things, and that could help lead into that connecting with Shadow, I think. Yeah, an overly independent young teen born in the apocalypse, yeah. Wasn't that Silver's role? I mean, you have lots of characters in a story. There are many different types of connections we can be going with. What about a Clementine Ellie-like character for Shadow? Shadow can act as a guardian who can help teach about certain things and vice versa. Having, like, a human that Shadow is looking after, I don't hate that idea. Early teen? I mean, now we're just copying fucking Ellie from Last of Us. Yeah, it's pretty played out. I kind of agree with Subsonic Sparkle on that. It could be. We could do maybe an adult and, you know, we have, like, the powered characters like Silver or Omega, who obviously, they go out and they do defense and, like, look for resources and stuff, but there would be, like, squads of humans also, you know, armed with guns or whatever, that also go out into the world and try to survive, right? And get resources and things. So we could have, like, a human that wants to, like, join the group, but, you know, perhaps there's concern that, like, they're doing really dangerous shit and she doesn't have any fancy powers or nothing, but she insists on coming along anyway due to her connection with Shadow. That would be most appropriate for an adult character to fill that role. Or maybe an older teenager or a young adult, because then they would have that brashness. Play too many surrogate dad simulators in 2010. It's true, there's a lot of those. Give her a British accent? Why? Have her be the informant that knows all the intricacies of the world, helping Shadow traverse level set pieces? I mean, any of the characters could do that. Shadow, or Silver could do that. Omega could do that. You know, like Shadow as an older brother instead of a dad. See, I feel like now, if we're going with this direction, the connection with Shadow might be actually, like, trying to tell her not to get involved because it's too dangerous for her. So yeah, I guess she's kind of rebelling against Shadow in that way. I guess it's kind of like a brother-sister relationship, maybe, sort of. Yeah, it would be a waste to have a new female and have her be a helpless damsel. Also, it would be kind of cool if we had a human character get involved in a Sonic game in a more significant way as potentially even a playable character. You know, because it's a Shadow game, it's a spin-off, you can do things like that and get a little more experimental. So yeah, I definitely think we want this to be a capable character. This human that Shadow is connecting to. Yeah, let me add it to our list. Human woman that Shadow connects with. Young adult that can fight? Question mark? Specify that it's not romantic? I should not need to specify that. That is obvious. We gotta pitch this to Sega. They would absolutely have no interest in this. Yeah, if she can fight, she can be part of the party. Exactly. And then she could be in the story more because she'd be hanging around with all the other characters. Yeah, no, she'd definitely have weapons. Like, I honestly kind of just imagine her as like a, you know, kind of soldier type. Maybe I've been playing too much Helldivers 2. But it just makes sense. You're gonna have scavengers, you're gonna have people that are trained and capable. Makes sense. Aren't the humans just normal powered in Sonic? That's the idea, Andrew. That would make it interesting to have a normal human tagging along and getting involved. What if she becomes a villain toward the end? Nah, I don't like that. Don't ever be a Mary Sue, though? No, we don't want her to be a Mary Sue. Certainly not. But, you know, it's justified here by this world and how she came up, that she's a trained fighter. That makes sense. But she would definitely have character flaws. If we're imagining this as an action RPG, which I guess is the direction we've taken this, then we have a lot of room for storytelling and character arcs for all our major characters and stuff. We could have the human woman be a parallel to Maria and make Shadow Miss Maria. Nah, Shadow don't give no fucks about Maria. What if she gets killed by Omega? I know we're going a little darker here because it's a Shadow thing, but fucking having Omega murder a woman, that is off limits, I'm gonna say. Are we going cartoony anime girl or AAA realistic woman? I'm gonna say, like, anime-ish styling, but with, like, realistic lighting and rendering. That's what I imagine. You like her being the last surviving agent of Gun? I mean, this would be hundreds of years after Gun is probably eliminated. What is the woman even going to do? What is her role? We got to work that out. We need to figure that out. Just make her an old school Nomura-style anime girl? I mean, hopefully not that, because then the writing would be terrible. It would be odd if only the humans use guns. Yeah, I'm not opposed to Shadow using guns in this context. I think it would be okay if you did it right and didn't make it too cringy. What about other human characters? We could probably get some more involved in here. How are we gonna handle giving Silver guns? Silver doesn't use guns. He just uses Psycho Power for everything. A boy in the mix? Yeah, definitely some kind of male character going on here. Either a boy or a man. Let's make her a Professor Pickle descendant. Let's not. Maybe they use energy weapons? Oh, there you go, Andrew Wood. That's a good idea. Not ballistics, not guns. They use energy weapons. I like that. Professor Pickle is revealed to be immortal and is just there. No. We're avoiding descendants? I mean, unless someone can present me with a really strong idea for a descendant, I would like to have no descendants. But if you got something real good, lay it on me. She could have a mecha? Huh, okay, yeah, we could give the human woman character, if she's gonna be, like, involved in action stuff. Yeah, you could use, like, gun technology to give her a mecha that she uses. Like a small one that's, like, kind of person-sized, like an exosuit. You do that. Gun Commander Descendant? No. Gun Commander's just some dude. Descendant of Big Dick Cat who is actually capable? No. Oh, hey, extreme gear. That could help the human keep up with everybody. That's not a bad idea. Descendant of Espio who's a bandit who joins the party. Lame. He's a descendant, so he's just like the same character. Lame. This human is getting closer and closer to April O'Neil. Yeah, kinda. I'm okay with that. That's fine. How about Descendants of the Chaotix? You need a good story idea with it. Descendant of Sonic Man. Shadow Man. Okay, you know what? Shadow Man as an NPC side quest. For the fun of it. Shadow Man can be the descendant of Sonic Man. That is a fun, goofy... Because Sonic Man already is a fun, goofy side quest. So now we have Shadow Man as his descendant as a fun, goofy side quest? Yes. Are there any immortal Sonic characters? Only Shadow. And robots. What is Shadow Man's character arc and is he playable? He's the 100% reward, and he plays just like Shadow. And then you can replay the whole game as Shadow Man for New Game Plus. Sorry if you said that already, Overland Lord. There's a lot. There's a lot of people in chat right now. Where's Angel Island? Either we're just gonna ignore it or destroyed, I guess. I don't know. Burger Man statue should be the final boss. That's something you could, like, find as an Easter egg somewhere. Under a pile of debris, there's the Burger Man statue. What about the Chow? What about the Chow? You know, an action RPG that you play for, like, 40 hours or whatever, and you have, like, a home base that you keep coming back to, it's actually the perfect context to bring back a Chow Garden, isn't it? You can have a Chow Garden in this game. Would the Chaos Emeralds exist still? Yes. We're keeping the Chaos Emeralds. We gotta try to figure out the main thing that we're going to try to do for this story. What is Shadow and Group's goal? I mean, I feel like we've already got a pretty good place to go there. Eggman had his machines that was going to try to fix the environment. He didn't get to finish them. So Shadow needs to get the Chaos Emeralds and activate those machines, and they start repairing the world. I guess the real question is, what gets in the way of that? What is the problem that makes that difficult and is not just a hunt for the emeralds? Where's our wrench in that plan? Neo Metal Sonic, baby. I mean, we were struggling to come up with what Metal Sonic is doing. The mutated creatures, possibly Metal Sonic? Yeah, but, like, we need something, like, more concrete, in your face, as an opposition that we need to deal with. A descendant of Wentos the Puppeteer from Unleashed. Can we add IDW characters? No. Keeping it purely to games. Really, I'm imagining this as a 2000s era Sonic game, so anything after 06 doesn't exist. Descendant of Ice Cream Guy from Unleashed? Make a brand new character? I mean, yeah, no, we were definitely thinking that. We still haven't gotten anywhere with the biblical stuff, also. Any remnant of Rogue in this story? Like from X-Men? I always say that anytime someone misspells Rouge's name. Nah, she's long dead. I guess if we were gonna have any character that's a descendant of a character, Rouge would be the most significant one to do, because of Shadow's connection with Rouge. So having a Rouge descendant could hit in a certain way, but it's really fucking tacky. Sorry, Grim Jim, I probably missed it. There's a lot of stuff in chat. Give me a break. We have the Omega Judas betrayal, though. Well, I don't know if we're gonna go full-on killing Omega. We might not. It depends. Right, Joe, we're already there. We've already talked about that stuff. It's already in what's already written here. That the environment has been so fucked up that things have mutated. If Rouge has a descendant, then Shadow have to be very protective of her. Well, she would probably be an action character. She'd probably be with the group, right? What would a Rouge descendant even do? It's a good question. I mean, we have to work out, like, the roles of the characters in the story, which we have to work out, like, our main, like, story elements and plot first. God, this is such a fucking... Welcome to writing, everyone. It's a giant mess that swirls around in your head forever until you say, I'm gonna do that. We all know the Rouge descendant would be part Echidna. That would be a cool twist. If Rouge's descendant was an echidna and not a bat. That would be a nice thing. Fans would appreciate that touch. Well, Telekinestic, man, I legitimately do love writing. Fiction writing is super fun to me. That's why I do it. That sounds awful. What, the echidna descendant for Rouge? How far in the future do we need to be? If Silver's gonna be in it, I think it's mentioned in 06 that it's 200 years in the future. So that's what I'm aiming for. Can we implement the Cocos from Sonic Frontiers? No. We need a group cult that behaves like the world would be better if everything died, so they try to prevent Eggman's machines rebuilding. This is the goal. I don't know. I'm very off-put by, like, post-apocalypse cults that have, like, weird shit they're trying to do. That shit annoys the fuck out of me. The writing part is why your videos take so long to make? Well, that's writing, like, you know, scripts for, like, opinion pieces or whatever. That shit's boring. Writing fiction is super fun. If we bring back the Wisps? No, they don't exist. Echidna Rouge descendant would have a connection to the Chaos Emeralds because of Knuckles. Maybe we could find a role for the Master Emerald then in that case. We have a dedicated section for rejected ideas called No. Maybe we should. Here. This is what we used this for last time. No Gemerald. No comic. Did say nothing from post 2000s. The pariah mandates? Yes, these are my mandates. No descendants, please? I mean, yeah, I generally prefer no descendants, but it's not like it's completely off limits. I would not entirely hate descendants. I mean, Virtuous Saison, I kind of see that, but it's just, that's so annoying to me, story-wise. No Eggman Nega? No Eggman Nega, because that shit sucks. No shadow romance? I mean, that just goes without saying, doesn't it? No Babylon rogues? Obviously no Babylon rogues. Marvel fan. See, exactly. And that shit is annoying in Dead Space 3. Blaze was in the future of 06. Blaze's proper place is in her own world. I'm not fucking bringing in the stupid 06 shit here. Can we go back to writing Lost World? This is too hard. This is what happens when you start writing. I start coming up with all these ideas and they're really cool and they're really fun. But then when you need to start solidifying things into more concrete ideas that you can build off of, it gets real hard. It gets real hard. Little Planet... Okay, here we'll say, minimal classic stuff. No Little Planet, probably no Angel Island. None of that. Can there be sand everywhere? We talk telekinetic, man. We would have, like, Eggman's fucked up the environment, so you could have lots of different biomes. So yeah, you could have Mad Max Desert Apocalypse, you could have destroyed cities, ruined Eggman cyber areas, places are frozen over because the environment is so fucked. Yes, Topaz, that's the thing, is like we're also trying to theorize what this game is at the same time to write a story for a non-existent game. So that's also making this difficult. Green Earth's looking a lot more like Sand Earth. You just asked that so you could have that stupid fucking line. You motherfucker. With a cycle of light guy and dark guy repeat? Nah, that's completely unrelated here. Okay, here's another rule. Mostly self-isolated outside of shadow stories. Make Sonic have a descendant who's reminiscent of Gohan? No. No, if we're gonna do any descendants, no Sonic descendant. No Sonic descendant. Also, yeah, Sonic wouldn't have any kids. Sonic is one of a kind? Exactly. That's why. Sonic is one of a kind. What about Sonic reincarnated? No. Knuckles is the only descendant you could see having a purpose for a story. The thing is, there are no more echidnas, so it would have to be with a non-echidna, which Rouge would make sense. See, now I'm kind of liking the idea of a Rouge Knuckles descendant because there's, like, two prongs of story potential there. It can be a descendant of Rouge, which Shadow would have a connection to, but it can also be a descendant of Knuckles, which gives us chaos stuff we can work with. No, yeah, I completely agree with you on that, telekinetic man. Nah, man, that's weird. I mean, I fully think that it would be fine for different Sonic species to crossbreed with each other, whatever. Make the human Rouge Knuckles descendant? How the no. What? No. Knuckles and Rouge is the most canon ship anyway, so why not? Also that, yeah. It kind of, confirms that they worked out together, eventually. No whatever, a donkey can't with a cat bra? Yeah, and they also can't be fucking bipedal people that walk around and talk and wear fucking cartoon gloves. Whatever, man. Would the Senate be a treasure hunter too? No. That shit's stupid. This character's a descendant of the character we know, so they're just like that character. Fuck that. No. The villain's motivation, how biblical can it be? It depends. It could be very, if it works, or minimally just a light reference. Whatever works. I have to give them the epic Knuckles OVA hat, because that's how we know it's Knuckles the Descendant, that it's an epic reference. No. Will this be a video? Probably not, no. We're just having fun here. This is super fun. But I feel like we've definitely start to hit a wall here. I might call the stream in a few minutes, and maybe we'll have some homework to brainstorm some more ideas, try to come up with some stuff, and then we'll reconvene on a future stream and work on this more, because this is fun. This is more fun than playing any game I've played on stream so far. This is great. I love writing. I love theory crafted. I love talking bullshit. This is cool. Yeah, you're out of ideas for now? Yeah, I'm out of ideas. I need to develop more. Think about the things we've already talked about and where we're gonna go with more stuff. Bible homework for next stream. This was fun. Please rewrite Sonic Frontiers. I don't know, maybe. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Whatever. You have so many ideas, they're just not getting seen. Apologies, bitch. There's a lot of stuff coming through here. This is like the most active chat has ever been before. Brian goes to church for ideas. I should. Christianity is so complex because there's so many branches. Well, if we look at the games themselves, SA2, Shadow, and 06, they're not like biblical stories themselves. They're not like retellings. They have very light sprinklings of biblical elements to them. You know, like Mephiles, he just is a devil-type character and that tries to tempt Shadow with evil, and that's it. That's all there is to it. It's not a specific Bible story that it's trying to hearken to. So we can just take some ideas, a little bit. Pariah only reads your message if it's good. I mean, I try to read as much as I can, but I don't read everything aloud. Because sometimes I just don't have anything to respond to, or no good way to build off of something, or something. I don't know. Mephiles was an amazing villain. Should we use him as inspiration for the story? Disagree and no. Chat is just busy as hell today because people are having fun coming up with ideas, and I don't blame them. Is Chaos relevant? I'm gonna say no, because Chaos, that's like a whole other branch about ancient Echidna stuff. This is a Shadow story. Will this be a video? Probably not. I don't know, maybe when I have the finished story, I might do like, here's my idea for a Shadow story, and chat helped with it, and it was super fun. Maybe, no promises, probably not. Having fun thinking up games that will never exist? Yeah, it's fun. And like I said, it's good writing exercises. I've done this before with lots of stuff, just coming up with, like, story ideas. Like, I've personally, on my own time, thought about a rewrite for the Star Wars prequels of how I would handle that and what I would do with it. And just lots of different ideas for taking existing stories and try to do stuff with it. Raciel, thank you very much for the donation. How much does Fuzzy Pac-Man fit into this story? No! Mutated? Oh god. The fuck? Oh god, it started to play some other shit. Do I have to put no Fuzzy Pac-Man in this too? Okay, for the meme. No Fuzzy Pac-Man. Unsubbed. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. What the hell is Fuzzy Pac-Man? You weren't here earlier, Mitch, and you weren't here for the Lost World stream the other day. Mutated tech beings that kicked Eggman out are actively ruining the world, and by defeating them, you get upgrades for everyone. I mean, the world is already ruined. It's already fucked beyond repair at this point. That's the whole idea. I guess we could have, like, things that like it this way. Like creatures or monsters or robots or something that likes the world the way it is. And that could be like a big wrench in our plan here. Why would there be monsters, though? Working on it. Okay, we'll write this for now. Faction that likes things the way they are and want to keep it this way. They get in the way of Shadow fixing stuff. Maybe? That's not they. And you know what? We haven't touched on this yet, because we're probably not at that point yet, or maybe we should start working about that. What about Shadow in this story? Okay, he's trying to save the world and restore everything back to... But what about him, his own internal character story? What's going on there? What's Shadow's character arc here? We gotta do something with that. We need some Shadow ideas. Does he have amnesia again? Fuck no. Learning to love the world? See, I don't know what we do with Shadow, honestly. This is homework. Think about that as well. You give Silver an arc instead of Shadow? We could give everyone arcs. Shadow is a flat character. He influences the world around him. I mean, we could go in that direction, too. He could fill a Sonic-like role and become that kind of character. But Shadow's had character arcs. We could do that, too. We could approach it in either way. We at the very least need some kind of personal, deeper Shadow stuff going on here, besides trying to fix the world. But we need some more going on there. What more does Shadow need to learn, though? You know, I actually had ideas about this for, like, another Sonic story that I was thinking of. I don't know if it would be appropriate here, but I was thinking of a potential idea of, after Shadow the Hedgehog, Shadow, you know, abandons his past and decides to do his own thing, so that kind of leaves him in a place where you could do a direction of, like, okay, well, what does Shadow want to do for himself, now that he has that freedom to choose? And, like, in 06, they did the thing if he joins Gun and starts protecting the world. But, I guess we could explore, like, a why? Like, why did Shadow join Gun? Why is he saving the world? Just because it feels like the thing to do? He lacks a more meaningful purpose that he feels himself, and he could try to find a purpose? Something like that? Maybe? Free will versus determinism? I mean, that's some heavy shit. You have your own AU about that with so much fucking text. I mean, it's a good idea, I think, if we're to take Shadow after Shadow the Hedgehog. We need law versus chaos in this? Well, it would be order versus chaos, right? This stream made you realize how good Shadow's music is? Yeah, the soundtrack in Shadow the Hedgehog is very good. Shadow detests humans canonically, so he could wonder if he really should bother saving the world if things have gotten this point for a kind he detests. I mean, that's only like Shadow the Hedgehog dark stuff. Shadow works for Gun in 06. He's clearly okay with humans. Shadow could have an arc of asking for help, and Silver learns to rely on himself. That's Blaze's arc. That is Blaze's arc. So no, that's off the off the table. Very good point, Nemo. Sorry, I don't know what your name is. In 06 manual, it states that it's unknown if Shadow still hates humans. I mean, who wrote that manual? I don't know. Do you? Is that the same as what's in the Japanese manual? Who knows? I'm just going off of what we see in the game. Someone wrote that manual 5 minutes before they shipped? Yeah, exactly. Alright, I'm gonna call this stream there. Because we're definitely stuck. We will come back to this in the future. Maybe next stream, maybe a couple streams from now. I don't know, we'll see. Take some time, think up some ideas, everyone. Don't know when the next stream will be. But we have what we have for now. And this is part of writing, too. You don't come up with a whole story in one sitting. It takes time to develop ideas, sleep on them, come up with new ideas, refine things. It's a process. Don't forget your homework, everyone. Yeah, maybe in the community posts I should post a picture of the document we have here now so that people can reference it of what we already have to build off of that. I'll write in all the stuff that we have been like talking about as potential ideas, and then maybe I'll post that in the community so we can all work on that. This is fun. This is fun. Creative writing with Pariah. This is a fun thing. We will probably do more of this in the future. Maybe even non-Sonic stuff. Other fan fiction. Maybe original stories. Who knows? There's an infinite world in front of us. More streams should be this? Yeah, I think we'll do more streams of this for sure. For sure. This was a great time. Honestly, this was probably, I don't know about y'all, this is probably my favorite stream that I've done so far. I really enjoyed this. I was kind of hesitant about this idea because I'm like, people just want video games. But this was great. I tricked you into taking a literature class. I mean, I didn't really teach that much here. This is definitely your favorite. Good to hear. I assume that either this or the Blink streams would be people's favorites. Because those Blink streams were something. And we're still going to do Blinks too. We're still going to do that. I've just been wanting to do other stuff. All right, people. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for contributing all the ideas. Really love where we've gone with this stuff. I'll see y'all later.